This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. Thank you everyone for attending. I am calling this meeting to order at 4:38 p.m. Before we get started, I just want to remind that we are recording this meeting as well. We do have a live transcription service that you can enable through going to the more button, the three dots, and selecting it. And that will give aspect of closed captioning or for if that makes it easier, more accessible for you. I will start off with a territorial acknowledgement. Apologies if I mispronounced a lot of stuff lately. It's my first official council meeting as acting president where I'm chairing it, so I'm a little nervous. And I tend to stutter a bit when I get nervous. Okay. Okay. We respectfully acknowledge that the SFSS is located on the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, and Khasi nations. Unceded means that these territories have never been handed over, sold, or given up by these nations, and we are currently situated on occupied territories. Abby, I'll make you a co-host just so you can, maybe if you see people pop in while I'm chairing, you can let them in. And Abby is the vice chair for anyone who's new. And he'll be assisting me in our meeting today. Okay, so roll call of attendance. I will go call your name, and again, please give your name, your pronouns, and your access needs. Archaeology.
Hey everyone, my name is Damon. My pronouns are he and him, and then my access needs are all met. However, my Wi-Fi is a little tricky today, so I'm going to keep my camera off so I can keep connection, hopefully. Thank you.
Art, performance, and cinema studies. Asia-Canada studies. Bachelor environment.
Hi guys, my name is Tiana. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Behavioral neuroscience. Behavioral neuroscience. Biology. Biology. BPK. Okay, thank you, Joey, about Arathi. Arthi. For BNS, okay. Biology. BPK. Okay. Chemistry. Also, you can also just unmute your mic or type in the chat your name, not pronouns or access needs. You don't have to list yourself. Cognitive science.
Hi everyone, I'm Gert. My pronouns are he, him, and my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome to council. You're the new CalAG rep, right?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Communications.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashran Barosha. My pronouns are he, him, his, and all my access needs are met except I'm going to keep my camera off because my Wi-Fi is unstable. Thank you.
Thank you. Computing science. It's vacant still. Criminology.
Hi, Charlotte Taylor Bear, she, her, hers. All my access needs are met, but I do have to leave right at 8:30 tonight. Thank you.
Dance. Dance Student Union. Data Science Student Union. No. Earth Science Student Union. Economics. Mahinder told me let me know he'd be late. Education. Education. Engineering Science. I'll read over chat. Hi, my name is Sarah and my pronouns are she, hers. I'll be typing the chat today because my Wi-Fi is unstable. Thank you very much, Sarah. English.
Hi, my name is Liz. My pronouns are she, they, and my access needs are met, but my Wi-Fi's been a little iffy today, so hopefully it doesn't cut out.
Thank you very much. Environmental Science.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paige. My pronouns are she, her, and my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. You are new to council too?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. Faculty, Film Student Union. Fine and Performing Arts. French.
Hi, my name is Kylie, pronouns she, hers, and as for access needs, I will also be keeping my camera off. Internet today has just not been happening for me.
Okay, thank you. GSWS.
Hi, name's Sophie. Access needs are met. For the most part, just camera's gonna be off. Wi-Fi's a little laggy. Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
You're also new to council?
Yeah.
Welcome. Geography.
Hello, I'm Natasha, she, they pronouns. All of my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you. Oops, need to do a Gerontology Student Union. Global Age Studies Student Union. Health Science.
Hi everyone, my name is Giselle, she, her pronouns. All my access needs are met, but my Wi-Fi is unstable, so I'll be keeping my camera off.
Okay, thank you. History. Humanities. Indigenous Studies Student Union. Okay, thank you. I'll read out in chat. ENSS is president. I'm Arthi, and all my access needs are met. Sorry for being late. Thank you for attending. Okay. Interactive Arts and Technology.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Felix, he, him, and they, them pronouns, and all my accessibility needs have been met. Thank you.
International Studies Student Association. Deanna Short has a blanket regrets for the term because of academic conflict. Labor Studies, Justin Chen sent me in regrets that he is not able to connect Wi-Fi while at SFU right now, so he will not be attending today. So we'll have that as part of later in the meeting. Latin American Studies. Linguistics.
Hi, I'm Olive. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Mathematics.
Hi, my name is Ben Tischler, pronouns are he, him, his, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Mechatronics Systems Engineering. Hi, okay, in chat. My name is Riley McWilliams. Pronouns are he, him, his. Just recovered from COVID, so camera will be kept off, and we'll have to leave exactly at 8:30. But all the rest of my access needs will be met. Thank you. Molecular Biology and Biochemistry.
Hi, I'm Afi. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and my access needs are met, except that I just got home, so I'll be changing to my laptop, so I might jump in and out.
Okay, thank you for the heads up. Music Student Union. Operations Research.
Hi, my name is Ash, pronouns are he, him, his. All my access needs have been met. I might have to leave at 6 for like 30 minutes, but I'll obviously be back.
Okay, thank you. Performing Arts. Philosophy.
Hi, my name is Nikki Kerrigan. My pronouns are she, her, hers. Currently, my access needs are met, but I may ask for clarification and for certain things be repeated. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you. You've just switched into the philosophy counselor role, correct?
Yes, correct. I was a cognitive science counselor before, so did a switcheroo.
Thank you. Okay, physics.
Hi, my name's Graham, pronouns he, him, his, and the internet's been spotty on SFU, so hopefully it doesn't cut out, but if it does, sorry.
Thank you. Political science.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abby, he, him, his pronouns. For access needs, my Wi-Fi is also not doing well, so I might turn off my camera at some point here. And if I leave the meeting, I'll try to join back as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. In chat, Counselor Deanna Short from ISSA. I'm actually here trying to catch up what I can from class right now. Can't participate fully, but wanted to let you know I'm here. Pronouns are she, her, and I'll have these. The chat may not be super responsive. Okay, thank you for letting us know. Psychology.
Hi everyone, my name is Tiffany Liu. My pronouns are she, they, and my audio is a little bit spotty today, so I may ask for clarification on things. Thank you.
Thank you. Public policy. Science Undergraduate Society.
Hi, I'm actually filling in for Zaid until he gets here. He's just getting off of work. My name is Sharik. My pronouns are he, him, his. And as for my access needs, my service just loves to shut off randomly now. So it's getting a little old. So if I just drop out, then that's why, because it's just died. So just full disclosure.
True. Thank you. Semester dialogue. Society of Arts and Social Sciences.
Hi everyone, my name is Akam. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. As for access needs, I will need to go and pick up one of my family members around 6:30. I will still be in the meeting and listening, but that does mean I won't be able to speak just for around 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Drive safe, please. Sociology and Anthropology.
Hi, I'm Kayla, pronouns she or hers, and all my SS needs are met. Thank you.
Thanks. Software systems. Software systems.
He posted it in the chat.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, it doesn't always update for me fast. Hi everyone, I'm Shashank. My pronouns are he, him, and I can't figure out why my mic isn't working, and so I'll be using chat primarily. Thanks. Okay, thank you for the heads up. Statistics and actuarial science.
Hi everyone, my name is Gia. My pronouns is she or hers. All my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Sustainable community development. Sustainable Energy Engineering Student Society.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Al-Shabul. My pronouns are he, him, his. All my access needs are met. I might turn off my camera every once in a while because I am ridiculously sleepy and I don't want everyone yawning whenever I yawn.
That's how I was yesterday, so I understand. Theater Student Union. Visual Arts. World Literature. Okay. Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Student Association. International Students Advocate. Student advocate.
Hi everyone, my name is Chi. I'm pronounced she, her, hers. All my access have been met. Thank you.
Out on Campus Collective. Students of Caribbean and African ancestry. Women's Center Collective. Nim, I see you put it in the chat. Hey everyone, my name is Nim, pronouns she, they. I am the Women's Center counselor calling in from stolen and unceded Semi-Hamu and Kwantlen territories. Access needs are met, but I have not been feeling too well and I am around my Loud and Hittite family, so my camera will remain off for the majority, if not all, of the meeting today. Happy to be here. Affiliated student groups, Resident Hall Association doesn't have a person here. Student Athlete Advisory Committee.
Hi everyone, my name is Paul. I'm the SAC rep, pronouns he, him, his. I cannot make the entire meeting tonight. I have an appointment and then I have another meeting, so I will be leaving shortly. And those are my accessibility needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. SOS executives, so acting chair, acting president and chair. Hi, my name is Corbett. Pronouns are he, him, his, and access needs are met. Acting VP Internal and Organizational Development.
Hi everyone, my name is Chloe. My pronouns are she, her. As for access needs, I have a midterm at 6:30, so I will be popping out at around 6 to 6:15. Thank you.
Thanks. VP University and Academic Affairs. In chat, hi everyone, my name is Serena and my pronouns are she, they, she. For access needs, I still have a sore throat, so I'll be using the chat for the most part today. Oh yes, my apologies, VP Finance and Services, Almas. Access is met. Pronouns are she, her, hers, and we'll have to type in chat at times if my internet lags. VP External and Community Affairs.
Hi, this is Matt. My pronouns are he, him, his. My accessibility needs. Feeling a little bit overwhelmed, so I'm going to keep my camera off for the first part of the meeting, and then I'll put my camera on when I'm speaking. Other than that, that's kind of it. Thank you.
Thank you. VP Equity and Sustainability.
Hey everyone, my name is Marie. Pronouns are she, her, hers. My access needs are met, but my camera is going to be closed for the majority of the meeting. But yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks. VP Events and Student Affairs.
Hello, my name is Jessica. Pronouns are she, her, hers, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Society staff. Operations organizer is sick on a sick day today. She's received her booster, so just recovering from that. Board organizer.
Hi everyone, this is Ella. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and my access needs are met, but my camera is going to stay off because I have some other work to do as well tonight.
Thank you. Policy Research and Community Affairs Coordinator.
Hi everyone, my name is Biri. Pronouns she, hers. My access needs are not met, but when I get home, I'll log in again. I'm gonna log off for now because I'm going home from the sub.
Okay, thank you. Administrative Assistant.
Hello everyone, I'm Simmer. My pronouns are he and him, and all my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you. Building Manager. I think he might be coming in a little bit later. He's also heading home. Did I miss anyone on the roll call? Shish, thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Kishish, and I use she, her pronouns. I've just got back home after a 2-hour commute, so I'm a little exhausted. Other than that, my access needs are met. Thank you for attending. Okay. All right, so now we'll move into item 4.1, consent agenda. Motion reads, be resolved to adopt the consent agenda by unanimous consent. Do I have a mover?
Simon Fraser.
Do Do I have a seconder?
Nim.
Math. Political science. Oh.
I heard Nim. So, thank you. There's two items in the consent. We'll go into discussions. There's two items in the consent agenda. 4.1.1 matters arising from the minutes for council minutes from January 19th, and also 4 different executive meeting minutes, from 3 from December, 1 from January. We have mover and seconder. Is there any questions or comments about any of the minutes? Any errors spotted that need to be corrected? Ben, you're on the list.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the revised 6.1.1, sorry, not 6.1.1, 9.1.1 under the draft minutes. And I believe there were several abstentions as well on that motion, not reflected in the minutes currently. And it's not clear to me whether those whether the voting record there is actually correct. So I will object to that on the consent agenda.
All right. So we can move that out, and we'll have that as a regular motion. For just very clarity, it's the council minutes for January 19th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments on the other minutes, the exec meeting minutes? Go ahead, Mohammed.
I think I'm on the wrong motion, but there is a problem with the consent agenda, I believe. Might be incorrect. Because I saw 2 emails adding in discussion items from you and Ben, and it might not have the updated version, but that's what I found on the drive. But yeah, the 2 discussion items that were added later on aren't mentioned in the minutes as far as I can tell.
That's because we haven't gotten to the point of adoption of the agenda yet.
I apologize. I apologize. I misheard.
Not a problem. If there's no more comments on the executive minutes, executive meeting minutes, we will move to vote. So be resolved to adopt the consent agenda by unanimous consent. If you would like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to adoption of the agenda, 5.1. Be resolved to adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a mover?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. Everyone get ready.
That was math, not Matt.
Yes. Yes, Matt. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I saw Kaylee unmute first. I didn't hear, couldn't hear any others, so I'm going to use Kylie. Sorry, Kylie. Okay, if you'd like to add, now we're in discussion, if you'd like to add some items to the agenda, please add yourself to the speakers list. I would like to go with Ben, and then I will also list myself. Go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the wording that I had sent in. I'd like to amend the agenda to include another discussion item titled Council Meeting Recordings, with the blurb of how could the recordings of council meetings be improved in terms of ease of access.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to look at the list. Myself next. Actually, I thought Chloe's before me.
I wanted to motion to include regrets for the Economic Student Society counselor under 3.4, what is it?
Okay. We'll add it to, we'll add it to the agenda. myself, I would like to add one discussion item entitled SFSS election incentives, with a blurb saying UBC AMS has recently approved donating $2 per every vote cast in their election and referendum. And we could discuss if we would like to, that's also like to do something similar. Okay, next on the list is Joey.
Yeah, I wanted to add a discussion item titled, or like focus on the idea of like how student unions are relaying the decision to close the sub to their students and their faculty. I don't know how to title that because my brain isn't working right now, but I just want to hear about what other student unions are doing.
So just to summarize, how student unions are
communicating the closure of the sub.
Communicating the closure of the sub. Okay. Yeah, non-exec communication about sub closure. Okay, that's a good title. Ben, you're listed again.
Yeah, I have, the formatting might be messed up on this, but I'm also going to move to amend the agenda to include a notice of motion titled Outreach Committee Terms of Reference with the following motion and apologies, this attachment.
Okay. Yeah, I will save that so I can refer to it later. So that'll be a notice of motion. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other items? Any other people on the list? Ben, again?
What, just because I love introducing motions today, I'll introduce this one as a notice of motion as well. Oh, shoot. Sorry. My copy and paste is not working.
If you have a too long of a thing, it won't let you do it. You have to do it in batches. There's like a max word limit that isn't displayed in Zoom.
Oh,
for the
oops.
chat.
All right, I'll do that.
Anti-spam or some kind of measure.
Oh, here we go. This is also a notice of motion.
Okay, I'll just put that into a doc, just read it through. So what I'll end up doing is I'll read through each motion verbally as well for the record. I just want to get it all in one big batch. Okay. Title Notice of Motion Policy Changes. Okay. So the first notice of motion from Ben is, whereas the previous iteration of council has a standing committee dedicated to student outreach, whereas there is currently no standing committee dedicated to engaging with students directly to raise awareness around the SFS, whereas the terms of reference for such committee has been drafted by the outreach working group, resolve that council amend council policy by adding a new section labeled SO13 Outreach Committee, containing the attached item of reference by renumbering other sections of council policy accordingly. The second item is notice of motion policy changes. Whereas PM 1.2 states the process that motion shall follow when it seeks to establish or amend any policy of the society. Whereas PM 1.2D states that before council approve the policy shall be given 2 weeks notice of motion, including being posted on the SFS website and circulated to the council email list. Whereas the standard for posting and circulation has made it challenging for the membership to inform themselves as to what policies are will be amended or added during any given meeting. Whereas the SFS not only has access to its website and the council email list, but also has an email list that is sent to all members and several social media accounts, which could be used to better inform the membership about upcoming changes to policy. Be resolved to amend PM 1.2D to read: D. Before council approves the policy shall be given 2 weeks notice of motion, including being 1, posted to the SFS website, and 2, circulated to the council email list, and 3, posted on SFS social media pages, and 4, circulated to the membership email list. Okay. Thank you. And one last call. Any more amendments to the agenda? Okay. I will now take these under a batch to approve. I will move this batch of amendments for the agenda. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Or math first. Okay. Discussion. Is there any comments about these individual items or the group as a whole? Go ahead. Oh, Alyssa, you're a member, right? Just regular member. You're not filling in for anyone?
Yeah, I'm just a regular member, non-executive, non-counselor.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
wanted to ask whether there's a Google Doc with the updated, I guess, items, because I guess it's a little bit hard to follow along, and there was only one part of this meeting that I really wanted to stay for. So I guess I just wanted to know when would be getting to that part of the meeting.
Okay, so just very clear, for the notice of motion, they go at the end of the meeting. They're part of the announcement phase. And discussion items are generally after any main motions. So like new business and old business and such. So they'd be closer to the last half of the meeting.
Okay. Well,
is there anything what particular motion are you looking to speak to, or at least be interested in?
it's motion, well, I think it's item 6.1. It was the non-executive discussion about the subclosure.
Okay. Okay. So discussion that discussion item. Yes. Okay. It will be probably in the latter half of the meeting, just depending on how long the motions themselves take.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I also need to amend the agenda to add an in-camera item related to the letters we got from SFU. So I'm going to move to amend the agenda, this amendment on the agenda, and add a in-camera discussion item titled SFU letters. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Good, thank you, Abby. We finally got it in. Any discussion on this particular item? The reason why it's in camera is related to strategy and legal advice and stuff. It's more to update council, but we might have to speak matters that would be confidential. That's why I was going camera.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't stay for that part. It's just that I probably have to leave by 6 or at the absolute latest 6:15. So that's why I wanted to know, I wanted to make sure that item was addressed before I leave, I suppose. I'm not sure if I'm the only non-executive, non-counselor here, but I think a lot of us have kind of similar concerns, so.
We will try our best, but it really ultimately depends on how the flow of the meeting goes. If there is somebody, as Joey mentioned in chat, you could, if there's a counselor you would like to communicate with that you think shares, that could list stuff on your behalf.
All right.
Weren't able to.
I guess I'll just pick a counselor and I'll ask them to speak on my behalf.
Okay. hopefully we'll be able to get to your discussion item in time, but if not, that's a backup option. Okay. So yeah, sorry, go back to the, is there any questions about my amendment to the amending of the agenda? I don't see any, so I'm going to move into a vote of this amendment. All in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the Zoom raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that amendment to the motion carries. So we're going to move back now to the amended main motion. We are on discussion again related to the whole package of amendments to the agenda. Is there any more discussion? If not, we will move into a vote. Again, vote seeking, sorry, sometimes I forget the language we use. So the motion is be it resolved to adopt the agenda as amended, seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to, so all those in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand button on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Thanks everyone in chat. That carries. So now we have a number of new items in the agenda. What we should do is move into accepting the regrets for, basically move back to 3.4 to accept the regrets for, because we've added to the agenda, accept the regrets for the Econ Student Society counselor. And also, yeah, and also Justin Chen's regrets. Shit, sorry, my apologies for swearing. I forgot to add him on. We can do that next meeting. I'll just make sure and mark it down so he doesn't get penalized for this. Do I have a mover? Oh, sorry, I will move the regret for council to accept the regrets for the Econ Mahinder, the Econ Student Society counselor. Do you have a seconder?
Math.
Math. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to a vote. Seeking unanimous consent. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please use your the Zoom raise hand feature if you'd like to abstain or dissent, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes. Thank you very much, everyone, for indulging me. We'll move on to item 6.1, discussion, new business, discussion for developed and for the capacity in the student union building, submitted by mathematics counselor. Would you like to, I'll read out the motion first. Whereas the executive committee recommended the closure of the student union building to council on January 18th, whereas council decided at its January 19th meeting to close the student union building, whereas the student union building will be closed until February 18th, which council to discuss an update on the closure at its meeting on February 16th. Whereas a special meeting before February 16th will allow for a more focused discussion on the issue compared to a regular meeting where other business will also need to be discussed. Resolved to task the executive committee with developing a plan to shift the sub to a reduced limited occupancy model by February 14th. Be further resolved to task the executive committee with developing such a plan by February 9th. Be further resolved to call a special meeting of council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. Matthew, I'm assuming since you submitted this, would you like to move it?
Yep.
Okay, Matt moves. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Abby seconds. Getting back on his. Okay, discussion. Please add yourself to the list. Oh, sorry, Ben, since you are the mover, would you like to introduce the motion?
I would, but first, seeing as we do have some students here, I'd like to move that we suspend the rules to allow for students and representatives / executives to get equal speaking priority.
Okay, well, we move to suspend that motion. Top of my head, it would probably require a 2/3 to suspend rules.
I believe so, since this is a suspension of Rule 7.
Yeah. Thank you. So that, Gabe, since you're in the, is that a debatable motion or not?
That's a good question. I believe yes. I believe, no, actually, no, it's not debatable.
Okay, so we will move then to a vote.
I think you need a seconder, right?
Yes, thank you, a seconder.
That'll be me.
Okay, Abby. We'll move to a vote. Seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you for your vote to record your votes. Seeing none, the rules are suspended, so it will now go for speakers list. Will just be first come, first serve. And so please add yourself to the list. And go ahead, Ben.
I'd also like to move that we consider this informally.
What do you mean by informally?
Just suspending the rules to remove the limits on speaking time.
Okay, we never listed one specific for this meeting, but yeah, I will, but here's the thing. Because we have other items on it, I might jump in if it gets too long. So if council doesn't like that, then they can challenge me on it, but sorry, I'm getting a lot of stuff in the chat. So direct response by Jess.
Yeah, I just think that we should keep the 2-minute rule because we have added so many amendments to the agenda and we have until 8:30 and it's already 5:20.
Any other comments? Oh, we also haven't had a motion yet officially, so we didn't get a second on it yet, but so sorry. Ben moved another motion to suspend the time limit rules. Do I have a seconder?
Physics.
Physics, okay. So sorry, Jesse, you had made your comment. I was a little bit out of order because my mistake. Said that you say we shouldn't because we have a lot of items on the agenda. Should stick with the 2-minute max still. I think our default is around 3 minutes, but Abby?
Sir, I had a question. I think we just suspended the rules of order, right? So are we even able to motion in the state that we're in right now?
Yeah, we could still do that. It's just we basically suspend the rules of like counselors get priority in speaking lists. That's it.
Okay, so everything else is still normal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other items for discussion? No, Joe, we haven't voted on that yet or not. So we're in the discussion phase of that motion. So just for clarity, the second motion the motion that we're on right now are asking to suspend any kind of time limit on speaking. Okay, no more comments or listings, so I will move to a vote. Since we've had a person saying against, speaking against, I will go to a roll call. Sorry, it takes longer, but just for clarity. Okay. Okay, so I will go to a roll call vote now. Archaeology.
Hi, sorry, I was struggling to get my my iPad to turn on. I vote in favor.
In favor? Okay. Sorry, Tiffany, you're asking clarity. The motion is to suspend the time limit for speaking, for people to speak. Normally it's cut down, it's like 2 to 3 minutes based on general rules. And so we're doing a roll call vote motion for that. If you would vote, if you want to suspend the rules, vote in favor. If you want to not suspend the rules, vote oppose or vote no. Is that clear for everyone? Okay. Sorry, I'm just seeing chat. Okay, are some Bachelor of Environment?
In favor.
Behavioral Neuroscience?
In favor.
Biology? BPK?
Against.
Business? Not here. Chemistry is vacant. Communications?
In favor.
Computing science is vacant. Criminology?
In favor.
Data science is not here. Earth science is not here. Economics is not here. Education? Point of order you have from Nikki. So, Nikki, what clarity do you need?
Can you clarify what we're voting for and what? Thank you.
We're voting to either to suspend the rule to have time limits on speaking. Normally it's like 2 to 3 minutes. So this is asking if we want to not have, if people are speaking, they can go longer than that or less.
Mm-hmm. And like, what's the rationale for speaking longer?
To allow, I guess, students more time to express their opinion. Ben, can you give rationale?
Yeah, to allow for that and just to allow for more thorough discussion on issues I think might come up during this motion.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
And for clarity, when Jess said that we also have a lot of items on the agenda today, and being that also last meeting we had to suspend a bunch of agenda items that got pushed to today, so you might want to maintain the time limit so that we can still have a meeting on time.
Are there any alternatives to people like having a speak for 2 minutes and then someone else?
I would like to redo the vote,
Okay.
not just for clarity, so people understand exactly what they're voting for. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm going to have to go start this over because of everything. Abby?
If Ben's amenable to it, maybe we could just double the time limit to like, or move it to like 5 minutes again. So there is some sort of cap, but then that's double the time normally. I don't know, Ben, how you feel about that. Do you think that's enough time, or would you prefer just to leave it timeless?
Let's go ahead, Ben, for Liz.
I'm amenable to 4 minutes.
So you'd like to, so sorry, which is because we're in the middle of voting and this stuff, so it's a little confusing.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move, so
I'm going to move an amendment.
Amend that amendment, that motion.
Yeah.
To, well, sorry, it's actually a completely different motion. So basically we have to let Ben's motion fail and then do another one, because
so I have to move a separate motion
completely, and one is to put a time limit, so they're opposites.
Okay, gotcha.
You understand?
Yes.
So we've already started, so we're going to have to finish the roll call. I'm going to start the roll call again, vote again, because of this confusion. Okay. So I'm going to start again. I'm going to clear off my tracker sheet. Bachelor of Environment.
Corbett, I apologize for jumping in, especially that I'm not a member of council, but I have an idea to save a lot of time here. Ben moved this motion, and as the mover, he can withdraw the motion without a mover or seconder if he wants to. So if Ben's amenable, he can remove the amendment on the floor, and he can move the new one, which is 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm amenable to that. I'll withdraw the current motion or amendment.
Thank you very much for your help. Okay, so Ben has withdrawn his motion, and I believe you would like to move it to, or maybe I'll just move a motion saying, move to extend the standard speaking time to 4 minutes. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Physics.
Math seconds. Thank you. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I will move to, instead of doing roll call, do a unanimous consent because there hasn't been any one way or the other. Seeking unanimous, all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use your raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, seeing none, that passes unanimously. So speaking time has now been extended to up to 4 minutes per speaker. And that also because of previous past motions, speaker list there's no priority, it's first come, first serve. All right. As always though, especially for people that are not accustomed to maybe speaking in this type of environment, please do keep your points on target and relevant to the motion itself and the purpose of the motion. And please also keep your discussion to the motion itself and not to an individual. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I'm just kind of recollecting my thoughts here. So just to repeat, we are going to discussion, but before that, I'll just reread the motion so everyone's clear. Whereas the Executive Committee recommended the closure of the Student Union Building to Council on January 18th, whereas Council decided its January 19th meeting to close the Student Union Building, whereas the Student Union Building will be closed until February 18th, with Council discuss an update on the closure at its meeting on February 16th, whereas a special meeting before February 16th would allow for more focused discussion on the issue compared to a regular meeting where other business will need to be discussed. Resolved to task the Executive Committee with developing a plan to shift sub to a reduced limited occupancy model by February 14th. We have further resolved to task the Executive Committee with developing such a plan by February 9th. We have further resolved to call a special meeting of Council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. So just a reminder, the be resolved sections are what the actions are being, a decision is being made on, which relates to the Executive Committee developing a plan to shift the sub to a reduced limited occupancy model by the 14th, to task the Executive Committee developing a plan by the 9th, and to call a special special meeting of Council on February 9th. Okay, just be clear, I prefer everyone to stay on topic on that. Okay, Alyssa, you're first on the list.
Hello. Yeah, so my main issue with the closure of the sub was simply that there was a lack of study space. Like, I've been on Reddit quite a bit, and I do see your arguments about closing it for safety, especially staff safety, because I know that I don't know who's in the SFSS staff right now, but maybe some of them might be older and potentially immunocompromised. I can understand why it would be good to have them work remotely for the time being, but I also think that that closing the whole building was resulting in a lack of study space on campus. Wait, sorry.
Sorry. The motion is on holding a special meeting and some other tasks. It's not on the actual closing the sub itself or not.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not trying to cut you off. I want to make sure that we don't get on a tangent right from the start.
Okay.
So the decision being made is, are you in favor, or are you speaking in favor or against the idea of holding a special meeting to discuss the potential opening plan of reduced capacity?
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I think I probably needed some clarification there. Yeah, I think it would be good to have that sort of meeting because I'll probably elaborate on this later, but I would be in favor of having it open in a reduced capacity model like earlier than February 18th, or just as soon as you're able to figure out all the logistics of opening it at reduced capacity. But yeah, I'll just elaborate more later.
Okay, thank you. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know I was going to introduce this motion earlier, but I'll just do that now, seeing as wanted to get through those subsidiary things first. So the main rationale I had behind bringing this motion was, as the MSU, we had conducted now 3 different surveys of the MSU membership on both closing the student union building and the motion under consideration today. The first survey, which was on the motion closing the student union building, we had found that, 20.96% of members surveyed were in favor of closing it compared to 79.04% who were against closing it. From the second survey, which was on the motion being considered here today, we had found that 26% were against the motion with 73% in favor, roughly. And from the third survey, we had found that 88% were in agreement with the motion being presented here today and with 12% against. And also looking at data from other surveys, specifically the SFSS survey, the data from that showed that 46% of students surveyed were uncomfortable with the spring 2022 return to campus for full in-person teaching and learning, with 50% comfortable. I'm just aggregating the somewhat and very comfortable categories, and 5% not applicable. We also see that in terms of preferred instruction, 48% of students surveyed prefer some availability of in-person instruction, whether that be fully in-person or hybrid. And we also see that looking back at the fall term, 46% of students were uncomfortable being on campus, 50% were comfortable being on campus, with about 5% their situation not being applicable. Also looking at the survey that was conducted by the Stronger Together Party, based on Q4 in that survey, 47.04% of their respondents supported the idea of a completely online semester, with about 38.67% of students in opposition to the idea. What I would say is that based on looking at all of this data, it's, I think, clear that there is a large contingent of students at the university who do prefer some availability of in-person instruction. And I really feel that we need to make that as safe for them as possible, seeing as, well, we are a student union, we do represent our students. And I think closing the student union building completely is not the answer, as by doing that, we only go to limit the availability of space on campus, which can lead to more crowding, and of course, with crowding, more COVID transmission potentially. Thank you, and I'll pass it on to whoever's next.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, just go through the list on chat.
So we have 2 direct responses to this. First from Mohammed, then from Nikki.
Quickly ask about that. Being that there was no direct questions to either of them, is your direct response related to a question being raised?
Is that me?
Yeah, Mohammed first and then Nikki second.
Yeah, I had a question to Ben.
Okay.
Yeah,
could you go over the list as opposed to, because direct response is usually responding to something.
Oh yeah, no, it's a tiny thing. That's why I don't want it to be a list. So it's fine. I'll take it down.
Okay, thank you, Nikki, as well. Do you have?
I'll just withdraw mine. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have stuff you want to bring up or a question you want to ask Ben later, it's totally fine to put it as a list too. I just want to make sure it's not, you know, we get in order.
Yeah, thanks, Corbett.
No problem. Okay. Kayla, is that?
Yes,
Kayla, go
I
ahead.
was just unmuted. So, so as SASU, we do vote. We are in favor of having that special meeting. Having that, we have done a survey on the students just since we closed down the sub. As most of us know, there's a lot of controversy against it, like on the social media and everywhere. So we did do a survey, and most of the students are agreeing with like having the sub reopening to reduce congestion on the campus. If any of you have been on campus, you might see that it's a lot of students on the campus or congregating in like the AQ. Everywhere is very crowded. It's potentially bringing more risk to students now that we know SFU is not going to move classes online. So I would suggest, yeah, I would agree with like having that meeting so we can potentially mitigate that risk of transmission and reevaluate this.
Okay, sorry, I ended up jumping Matt. My apologies, I didn't see, he got lost in the chat. So Matt, go ahead.
Is everybody able to hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so just to kind of speak to this motion, you know, I think like with the idea of having like another meeting, like there are a couple, I'm just pulling up the agenda again, just so I hit all the points that I want to with the limited time. So I just want to mention one that be it resolved to task the executive committee with developing a plan to shift. So I want to kind of bring that up. That's already been established, and that's been established since, you know, before over the holiday. So there's already like a reduced capacity model that has been planned out that we have been working with, you know, our building staff and whatnot. And we've been talking about that also with like this COVID like subgroup as well. So I just want to like, you know, make that transparent that there is something in place, and also to note like, you know, with mitigating risk, and that's like in regards to having like this conversation, like at the previous council meeting, there were like concerns and stuff. And I'm glad that folks were taking into consideration of the staff as well, because ultimately like that was the concern. And to kind of like keep opening up like this conversation, you know, there's a couple things that to open, like to have it open for February 14th, there needs to be like some considerations made as well. We've already kind of prepped with our staff to prep to open for the date in the original motion. So we would have to kind of go back because we had to make some replacements for like staffing issues and stuff like in the building as well. So we would have to communicate that, and they're already planning to be open for the date that was set in the original motion as well at the last council meeting. So there's a couple things here that I can speak to. One, that we have a plan in place, and second, that we do have to communicate that like with our staff already. Another thing is just to, when we're talking about like occupancy and things like that, there's been a lot of onus that has been like on the sub around like this conversation with the capacity in the building. And just to mention that like, you know, the sub building has only been open for like one semester. So in the scenario that like the building wasn't completed, we would still be having this issue as is with you know, overcrowding and all of these things. So just to kind of note that. And there's been a lot of you know, stuff that we also need to figure out like within the building itself, because it is fairly new. And this was also a reason like we're still in this kind of hybrid model. And on the day that we do open, then we'll hear more from PHO. And that was a kind of the intention. So I hope that answers any questions. And then if there's anything else that I can speak to later, I'll bring that up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe Mohammed, you're next on the list. And then Jess after that. Or maybe not, maybe you got removed. If not, I'll blame Abby on that. think
No,
Jeff,
no,
maybe
Mohammed was on the list. Yes, he listed earlier.
I listed a while ago.
Okay. Oh, so probably for another motion?
No,
No. He listed and then he had a direct response and then he retracted the direct response. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah. So the closure of the sub is, I'm assuming, something that we're going to be discussing for a while. Since, since last meeting, we've spent how many hours on it just discussing that. And a lot of points got thrown in the wind. A lot of points we couldn't get across, and now the students are like almost up in arms. From my perspective, at least, I can't see anyone who's happy about the SFSS response. Even the people who want to go back in person, want to go back online, are unhappy with the SFSS's response, simply because they like most of what I've seen from my students at least is that they believe that instead of helping out in a bad situation, the SFSS is simply making a bad situation worse. That's been the general perspective that I've seen on things. And I can spend a while like discussing this, and I'm sure a lot of people will spend a while counter arguments for me. And we're going to spend hours on this, I'm assuming. So why spend hours on this meeting? We already have motions to go through. We already have other things to discuss. We already have other important matters to go through. We are going to go through this time and time again. We're going to discuss this again on the 16th. It doesn't make any sense. Just make a special meeting for it. Get it over with. Discuss it for as much time as possible. Just get it out of the way so we can move off of this disaster.
Sorry, just want clarity. Are you saying don't bother having the meeting on the 9th, or have a meeting on the 9th? I'm a little confused with.
No, I'm saying we need to have a meeting on the 9th, because if we don't, we're going to end up wasting more time from other motions. We're going to end up wasting more time today as well. There is no point in us wasting more time from other things when we can just get one meeting, settle all of this, and move on.
Okay, Jess.
It's not as easy to do that. It's not.
Sorry, Jess, can you speak up a bit?
Yeah, it's a lot of energy because you have to manage a building and manage and coordinate staff. So it's going to be a lot of work. It takes a lot of communication. It takes transparency. We're not only managing staff, we're managing the convenience store, we're managing blends, we're managing building assistants, we're managing our MSCs. There are a lot of, it's not easy to just go like this, pack it up and go. So the sub is already at a reduced capacity model, and we disclosed this the meeting before, where we said that we had a plan that came up where we already had individual seating, and students were already moving chairs around because we wanted spaces for individual seating for students to study, so that if they don't feel comfortable studying in big groups, there are people sitting next to them that had an option, but that was already not feasible to ensure safety for students and staff as well. Again, we have to consider who we're working with and who we're employers of. You're not just a representative to your council, but you're also an employer. To unionize staff as well. Another reminder that this is only temporary. The sub is going to open eventually. If it's not going to be quick, it will happen eventually, but with safety measures in place, with the right communications, with the right timeline, and with the right people considered when you're making these big decisions, that is going to take so much energy. And yes, it's going to be a lot of work, and we've been putting in the work every day since the holiday break to do this. Other COVID measures that we've had and that we're discussing in the meantime is that we still have to present how to service the students the $400,000 that were passed. We still have masks to order for KN95s and N95s for students and for membership, and we're continuing to do that. So it's not to say that like there's not just one thing that we have to do. It's not easy, and it's going to take a lot of work, and that's what we haven't been slacking. This is something that we need to consider and do so in a good way, because we've only had the sub open for a semester during COVID. And now with the COVID cases rising, we have to figure out a model that can still offer hybrid services. So if you do need in-person services, you make an appointment with a person that you need to, and then the building coordinator will open the door for you, and then you can go in for your appointment. It has to be scheduled. We're still offering services to our students. We are still offering services remotely from our staff, because our staff are working remotely from home if they have the capacity to and if they have the equipment to. So there's just a lot of things that need to be considered. The timeline for the 18th has already been set. Majority of folks voted in favor of that last council meeting. And yes, there's going to be pushback from membership. With every decision made in a student government, with positions like these that is very front facing, there's going to be pushback for so many things. So it's just part of the job.
Okay, thank you, Jess. Nim, go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. We just had a direct response from Ben.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Just wanted to clarify regarding your point on the motion that was passed 2 weeks ago. That was given to council representatives with far less notice than the motion under consideration here today.
Okay, next, Nim.
Yeah, I just want to start by saying if you're tired, imagine how tired the staff is. So I just think that there's a few points that I want to make up to try to connect to the meeting. So I do represent the Women's Center, and therefore I represent the Women's Center staff and the volunteers at the Women's Center. There's been a lot of concern about safety from staff at the SFSS, and I've heard about that firsthand. Additionally, many of the people who are talking about how the sub being closed and SFU being crowded were not necessarily students who were actually at the university before the pandemic. So they're not aware of how crowded the university is in general. And when they see the crowding that existed in the university before, they're not used to being in a building with so many people. The sub being opened or closed is not going to make hallways less busy between classes, which is when they are most busy. That is an SFU issue. It's not going to make lineups any shorter for food. What it will do is put the SFSS staff at risk and create unsafe conditions for many students, because there will be people who refuse to wear masks and social distance, because that is what we saw during the pandemic beforehand, and that is what we're seeing now as well. So what I'm trying to say is, having a meeting or not having a meeting in a week from now, the sub's set to open in 2 weeks. If we keep it closed 1 extra week for the safety of our staff to make sure we're able to put in a proper plan and keep them safe, I don't know what the harm in that is. In the grand scheme of things, it's 1 week. We need to consider the needs of the workers, and the fact that there is online options for students who are seeking support still through the Women's Center. I know there's been a lot of discussion online about how certain services being closed is not good for students. However, there are lots of online services still being offered to students. Yeah, so that's it.
Corbett, you're muted.
Thank you. I'm not used to meeting as chair. Okay, Ben, I see you have a direct response. Just clarifying, is it a?
It's a question.
To you, question.
It's a question to Nim. Could you just clarify what you had said with regards to your point about representatives pushing for this not having attended the university before the pandemic? I didn't fully understand what you were saying.
No. All I was saying is that there's a lot of discussion about how the university is more crowded than it was before the pandemic. But I think a lot of that is also coming from students, from what I've seen, students who were actually not at the university and before the pandemic and started their education online. So they haven't really experienced how crowded the university normally is. Like, this is not an extremely more amount of people than it was before the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, everyone, please focus your discussion and your statements around the main aspect of the motion of holding the meeting. on if to hold a meeting or not on January 9th. So thank you. Nikki next.
Yeah, hi. So like I really like respect like the reason for wanting to close the sub to protect the needs of the staff, and I really like see like all sides like here in the sense of like yes, like students really want people to open the sub, like and there's also like these safety issues, but I do think like as a student society, like there is a responsibility to poll the students and to ask the students exactly how they feel before making decisions like this. So I do respect like Ben's I guess like motive to ask the students what they think. So I do offer support in that. So thank you.
Okay, Jeremy.
Yeah, I just wanted to amplify what Nim was saying about staff being contacted, especially with the Women's Center, about how they feel if we were to have a meeting and try to open up the sub earlier, and how they're more so against it. So because we are employers and we've already made this decision, I feel like it'll be really bad reflecting on us, and we got a lot of pushback from our own staff rather than students. So I'm against having the meeting next week. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I also like to put myself on the list near the end, so because I do have my own thoughts on this. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to first off voice that I really do appreciate students coming here to kind of voice their concerns about this, and I think it's really important that folks are able to do that, which is super important. So thank you to people who've come here. I also completely understand the concern and worry about crowding, because it's totally serious. And I just want to know, of course, what we agreed on from the last motion, just for people here, just for clarification, is of course that this decision would be deliberated, like a final decision would be made on the 16th about an opening on the 18th. So I want to note that like staff constituency groups and of course sublease folks are planning for that open on the 18th. So I think the ultimate thing that's worrisome to me is that if we do make that decision a week in advance to open the sub, that would also be last minute for these folks as well. And it won't give staff, constituency groups, or sublease folks the time they need in order to ensure that their spaces are staffed up, that their supports can go back in person in a timely manner, and that the building coordinators, of course, can reach out to who they need to plan for the opening as well, which is also non-SFSS folks. They need to communicate to SFU and access control, of course. Another worry that I did have is that staff is extremely stretched thin right now. And we have a legal obligation to also consider staff, their safety, and their health. That's a huge thing. So in the consultation, of course, with staff, we understood that staff and constituency groups still were okay to be online for the time being and are okay or are prepared instead for the opening on the 18th. So I think with all those angles into consideration, especially what Nim was saying about how, you know, folks are more so planning on the 18th opening and that staff are not really comfortable to go back in person, I think we also just need to consider that we just cannot put our staff at more, like put more tasks on them. It's extremely laborious to open up a week in advance, especially since these are literally people who are leading services at the SFSS. They also need to be considered as well, and they need to feel comfortable to also come back. And if they're prepared in order to do that, that's completely fine and great. But I don't agree with just like putting those concerns on the side, because at the end of the day, there are people who are immunocompromised, there are people who are disabled, and they can't take on that risk and risk their health and safety, especially since they are unionized staff. They cannot be forced to be in the building if they choose not to and if they deem it as an unsafe working space. So that's a serious thing as an employer as well. I understand completely that we're also student representatives and need to encompass that portion as well. But these are also other staff that we heavily need to consider, especially since they house the building and run the building alongside constituency groups. If they are not prepared to come back in person, they cannot support the constituency groups that they have a literal obligation to do. If they can't do that, it means that more staff needs to help them in order to do that, putting more labor onto their plates as well. So just consider that in general too. So in general, I really, really support that we continue to make that decision on the 16th. And if people are ready to go to open on the 18th, then so be it. The constituency group staff are aware of that date. And I think they do have plans in place in order to go forward with that. I do worry about doing it a week earlier just for those reasons of people are already burnt out and they're already stretched thin. So yeah.
Okay. Liz, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to support, first of all, what Nim said, and also what Marie said. I think having a meeting next week is very, I don't think it's needed. I think we've given staff a potential return date, and we have a meeting set 2 weeks from now to discuss that and to decide, and we know how students feel, we know how the staff feels, and I really think that the best plan is to wait these 2 weeks and decide how it's going to go. Like, we don't know what could happen in the next 2 weeks, and campus is always busy. It always has been, it always will be. It's just that there's COVID right now, but thankfully we do have the sub and it will be open at one point. It's just we need to make sure that it's safe. And as frustrating as it is, I think that this temporary closure has been the smartest decision. It kept people safe, and hopefully in a few weeks it'll be open when everybody is prepared and safe and ready to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gabe, go ahead.
Hey everyone, let me just turn on my camera real quick. So I wanted to speak to this both kind of as a former SFSS executive, but as just a kind of an SFSS member. I do not believe that it's wise to call a meeting next week to consider a motion to open the student union building early. Council has an obligation to, there are two really important factors that council has to take under consideration here. One is your members' desires and wishes. That's of course important and the whole reason why societies exist. But the second is your fiduciary duty to take care of the health and safety of your staff. And unfortunately, we're in a bit of a catch-22 here where they're both mutually conflicting with each other. In a case like this, I think we really need to take into account the safety of our staff, but also how stretched thin staff are at this point, as Marie was saying. There's a reason why the timeline was established for February 18th for an opening date, and why that timeline has been given in advance. That's so that our staff can prep the communications to go out to membership saying that that the building is open, so that our building team under the leadership of John, our building manager, can actually prepare for the flood of students who would be coming in. Like, there's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes into a decision like this. And it's not like we can just snap our fingers or like with the flip of a switch, the student union building opens. Like, there's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes here that I don't think a lot of members of council see behind the scenes. So that's number one. And I guess just as a regular member, I just want to say that, yeah, it's been really shitty that I can't go into the student union building and study. There have been multiple times where I've had a Zoom class and I was on campus and I didn't have, I had lots of places to go, but I wanted to go on the sub. But I personally understand the sacrifice of not being able to use that space, because it means that we are keeping other people safe. And I want to circle back to the whole reason why council made this decision in the first place. And that was because we, as the Student Society, are unhappy with SFU's response to the pandemic, and we are taking the leadership that they are failing to take by closing early. And so if we're kind of going back on that original sentiment that we held, then what does that say about our pandemic decision-making? We're kind of taking the same route as SFU and saying that, you know, we're fine with putting our staff at risk. We're fine with altering our timelines so that it messes up our entire plan that we initially planned. So it's not as simple as, this motion isn't as simple as it's being made out to be. And for what? A whole week, a whole 7 days of earlier of being open. I think it's irresponsible. I think it's reckless. And frankly, a waste of time. Yes, everyone's tired. We have to make hard decisions. It's not easy living in a pandemic and being part of a governing body that has to make decisions like this. But at the end of the day, we have to make the decision, even if it's hard. And I'll just mention that this passed 32-3, yes, no, at the last council meeting. So there was quite strong support for this. I'm unsure why we need to go back on the timeline that was initially established by council. I'm calling on council to vote no on this motion. And thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you, Sharik.
Just give me 1 second here. Let me turn on my camera. So let me just start by saying that I would like to speak in favor of this motion. But before I do that, I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm not here to speak on whether the motion to open or close the sub was correct or incorrect. What I will note, however, though, is that last time this discussion was held, not all the information had been communicated. In deciding a decision like this, all possible models should have been presented. The reduced model that was mentioned was not made public to the student body as far as I know. In making such a large decision, all the facts should have been made public so representatives can make an informed decision and provide their students with all the info. Having a meeting where the sole discussion is on the topic at hand, which would have allowed students who felt passionately about this to come and speak to the motion. For the sake of transparency and accountability, we as students should be given all the info. I would highly advise dedicating a session to have this discussion and provide students with a forum to come and voice their opinions. Personally speaking, as a faculty union president and someone who's been heavily involved with the SFSS for 3 to 4 years, as well as someone who's attended all the council meetings this year as a general student, I didn't feel like I was properly informed about the decision. Only after the press release and the full survey could I start to piece together what was going on. Now I can only imagine what something felt like for just a general student. Therefore, I would highly recommend to council to at least allow for a discussion like this to be had in a forum, regardless of whatever decision is made. I believe the conversation should be had, and I don't think ever giving students a forum to have that discussion could ever be considered a bad idea.
Thank you, Joey.
I have a clarification question to Ben before I have like my comment. In terms of like the special meeting on the 9th, is it like as Sharik suggested, like a forum for students to speak their concerns on the issue, or would SFSS staff and exec have to present the plans for an opening?
Go ahead, Ben, if you have a direct response.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the content for the special meeting. Is it would we be expecting SFSS staff to be presenting the plan, their plan to be going to a reduced capacity for the sub, or is it a forum for students to speak to their issues? Because I don't think I'm very clear on what the content of that special meeting would be.
My idea for the content of that special meeting would be to do some of both of those things and also have council then vote on the sub issue. Then, just so as Mohammed had stated earlier, we don't spend 3 odd hours discussing that at the meeting on the 16th, where I'm almost certain there will be also numerous other items to discuss.
Okay, thank you. I'll just relist for my comment later so other folks can speak.
Okay, thank you. Deanna had a list, but she had a commute, so she sent a direct message to myself and Marie. I'll read it out. Sorry, just one second, I gotta scroll up. Oops, sorry, I missed it. So just wanted to list and remind everyone that this is considered having a meeting to discuss and not to actually discuss. I'm assuming in meeting in the sense discussing the closure itself of the sub. And also to consider removing the point about tasking the execs. So maybe change the motion to just be to have a special meeting, and that makes sense, if that makes sense. So my interpreting it is, if she was here, she'd be requesting to amend the motion to remove the tasks to exec because they're already finished, and just to have a motion to have the special meeting. Does that make sense? Does someone want to move that motion?
Corbett, you are next on the speakers list if you wanted to do that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I do have my stuff I'd like to talk about, but I could also do that. I'll move the motion as after I finished what I said. Okay. So going to what I want to say was a couple things. One, I think there's a bit of a timeline issue with having the meeting next week for a couple of things. One is when I was planning to have a dev session on that day related to the annual budget development, and that itself is quite a big thing. And so being able to have that plus the meeting itself, council has been clear that they would prefer not to have really long dev sessions or multiple things happening on a dev session days. That, you know, of course, the dev session could probably be shifted, but there's other stuff that we were planning out. Like we also have stuff for already lined up for that are important. They can't really be shifted for the other dev session days. So it's like we don't really have a lot of flexibility right now to hold a special meeting. Two, taking to heart the comments about not having enough time, like motions get in front of people, not having enough time to have consultation with their members. The executive committee will be meeting next on the 8th, which is the one day before the 9th, but we'll be this meeting on the 9th. And we'd have a recommendation to be given to council about not just that particular meeting, but generally if we feel that the sub should be extended or not, if the closure is extended or not, or if we should move into a reduced capacity as was listed in the January 19 motion. And so you would really have at best 1 day or so as counselors to then also go back against your members. So it's kind of, we're repeating the same cycle of counselors potentially not getting enough time to be able to consult your own members if we have a meeting on the special meeting on the 9th, because there's a recommendation from exec will come out 1 day before. So if we want to try to break that cycle, I strongly recommend we still maintain the January 16th timeline. We could work to try to reduce the amount of other items on the agenda to give more time for a larger discussion. The other third item on a timeline perspective is that the current PHO orders or guidelines expire right now on April 16th, which is the exact same day that we are currently scheduled to have our meeting to have a discussion on extending extending or changing the sub closure or not. Most likely that meeting will happen in the morning and stuff, so we also have additional information on whether we have to make any changes or not, based on whatever PHO guideline changes there are, if any. They might extend the order early, we don't know. But again, even if we have a meeting on the 9th, and depending on what we decide, we might have to make that change on the 16th anyways. And so my argument is that I fully understand the rationale behind wanting to have a special meeting. I just think timeline-wise it's bad. And for us to be able to do proper consultation with your members. And two, we have other things scheduled that day that are important. And three, we might have to make the decision, if we made a decision on the 9th anyways, you might have to change it because of upcoming PHO changes. So that's my 2 cents on it. I will now go and move the motion to amend the motion to strike the 2 clauses to be it resolved clauses that relate to tasking exec with developing a reduced capacity plan, and to, sorry, I'm still getting my head straight. Remove lower capacity plan, and so remove it to reduce the first 2 clauses. So basically the only thing that should be is be it resolved to call a special meeting of council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. That should be the only motion going forward. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Go ahead and thank you, Math. Discussion on that amendment? Please list yourself. Go ahead, Ben.
Just to clarify, the amendment is just to remove the first 2 be it resolved clauses?
Yes, that relate to tasking the executive committee because those tasks are already, the work is already done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in support of this amendment. The work's been done. Doesn't make much sense to have this in the motion anymore.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, move to a vote on this amendment. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Hanya, the amendment is to remove 2 clauses in the motion that for work that's already been done. No, not to strike the special meeting, just to the only thing that we're deciding on the amendment is just leaving the action to call a special meeting for February 9th. Okay, so seeking unanimous consent. Again, if you would like to abstain or dissent, please use raise hand feature and and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that motion carries. So now we have an amended motion. I will read it back with a new motion just for clarity. Whereas the executive committee recommended the closure of the student union building to council on January 18th. Whereas council decided at its January 19th meeting to close the student union building, whereas the student union building will be closed until February 18th with the council to discuss an update on the closure at its meeting on February 16th. Whereas a special meeting before February 16th would allow for a more focused discussion on the issue compared to a regular meeting where other business will also need to be discussed. Be it further resolved to call a special meeting of council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. Okay, that's what we are discussing. So again, please keep any comments to that aspect of the motion that we're on whether to call a meeting or not on whether we should open or close this up, because that's not relevant to this discussion at the moment.
So we have the old list for the old motion. I don't know if we want to go off of that or we want to start a fresh list.
Gabe, sorry, is that because we've amended, does that clean out the list and we have to rebuild the list? Is Gabe still here?
Gabe's not here, I don't think.
Damn. Okay, thank you. Okay, I will maintain it because we're still back onto the main discussion of should we have a meeting on February 9th or not. So next on the list I have is Simran.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to add on to the points that were made earlier by Liz, especially. I think that in the next 2 weeks, we still have COVID going on, and I think that it's kind of council's responsibility and SFU as an institution to protect our immunocompromised students and staff. I think we're only 2 weeks away from reopening if that motion passes, sorry. So I think if we're only 2 weeks away, there is literally no harm in taking those preventative measures to protect our most vulnerable community members. I think the PHO and SFU admin have proven that they haven't implemented adequate protection for immunocompromised community members. Shaky, I really care about this. So I think it's really important that we just take those 2 weeks and ensure that we're protecting those community members. I think we have a responsibility. I think council has a responsibility as well as SFU admin. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Graham, go ahead.
Hi. I'm going to retract this.
Sorry, you were retracting?
Yeah, sorry. This was about the main motion, not the amendment.
Okay, Alyssa?
Hello again. Yeah, so I heard the argument about you wanting to protect your staff. I think that's it's good that you're taking their needs into consideration. And I know that this whole subclosure thing is not an easy decision. And I have a lot of respect for you for even just going through these super long meetings just to try to make these big decisions on behalf of students. But I think it could be possible to have staff, especially those who don't feel comfortable going back on campus, to continue to work remotely, but potentially opening up some of the spaces for students to study. I went back to campus back in, I think, March 2021 when all the classes were online, and I noticed that at some of the tables, they had those X markers so that it was kind of promoting social distancing. So maybe if like students were sitting at the same table, they wouldn't be sitting so close to each other, and it would like reduce the likelihood of passing COVID. I thought like, oh, maybe like if the sub is opening at a reduced capacity, maybe something like that could be implemented, and then maybe like.
Sorry, again, we're talking about if we should hold a special meeting, not on the sub, whether the sub should be open or closed at all. That was decided. We're having a discussion on if we should hold a special meeting on the 9th.
Oh, so that.
To have a discussion on if we should open it up early or not.
Okay, well, yeah. So that would be discussed on the 9th instead of right now.
If this motion passes, yes. But the current timeline is that we will have this discussion on the 16th of February. However, the motion submitted by Ben is to have an earlier meeting that's just focused on this topic itself. Or on the topic of potentially opening early or not.
Okay.
Or other matters. So if people, sorry, just for clarify for any of the students that are coming here, because I know this link was shared publicly and Reddit and other areas. We're not having a debate on to open or close the sub. We're not relitigating that right now. We're only talking about if we want to have a special meeting or not. Next Wednesday.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like super confused. Yeah, I think it would be good to have that meeting earlier rather than later. I don't think I would be able to meet that meeting, but I will reach out to one of the counselors or executives to have them share my message on my behalf. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just for clarity, for again, anyone going forward, it's not your fault, Alyssa. Normal students don't generally come as much to talk on subjects. So I appreciate everyone coming. Just want to make sure it's very clear that we're only debating or discussing a very specific thing, which is just, again, whether to have a special meeting or not on the 9th.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I don't know if I want
So,
to say I'm in favor or against it, but
okay. I'm going to move on to Vivian. Again, please,
Oh,
everyone going forward.
we did have two direct responses to that from Nim and Jess. I don't know if they want to retract them
Okay.
or, yeah.
For the direct responses, again, this is not to counter because this is stuff on the sub itself. It's just rather on, again, the point of the motion, which is to whether we're supposed to open, having a special meeting or not. So do you still need the direct responses? Nim
I
and-
retract mine.
Okay. Jess? Same thing or no?
Just retracted.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please everyone, please stay on topic. I understand this is a highly debate. We'd like to, well, some people would definitely like to debate, relitigate whether we should close or not. That's not what this motion is for. So again, please stay on topic or else I will have to, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'd like us to do our best to stay on topic. Okay, thank you. Vivian.
Hi, my name is Vivian. I'm speaking against a meeting only next week that results ultimately in the same decision to reopen at a later date. We don't need a whole other meeting for the sub to be open just literally 4 days earlier. Council would be wasting time having a meeting that would just mandate the same 2 weeks away later open date because the logistics demand time to implement. It is much more worth Council's time to focus on how to support staff for a smooth reopen, getting supplies, ensuring thorough contingency plans are in place, and to ensure that operations are actually going smoothly for the planned reopen. Reminder, again, staff are preparing for the predetermined date. I'd like to briefly say that I am a disabled student. I'm an executive of the Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance. I'm not a counselor. I'm speaking as someone who is both in multiple high-risk categories for COVID and someone who works regularly with disabled staff members and students. Just as a reminder, again, there are hybrid services available by groups working from the sub. Online services are being offered by the accessibility coordinator, for example, who works with SFU-DNA, and is also available in person by requested appointment. There's already this reduced capacity model, there's already a plan in place to reopen, and things need to happen step by step. The meeting next week would not make much of a difference in the scheme of things. The SFSS is still reopening the sub soon and still needs time to buy supplies like masks, prepare for the sub reopening. And I want to speak a little bit about staff safety because I don't think it's really pitting or in conflict with student need for hybrid models. Yes, staff safety is a huge priority because it is for the sake of staff health inherently and the legal obligation of SFSS as employers to ensure their safety, but ensuring a safe reopen in a manner that staff can prep for it will actually ensure that the sub will be able to remain open and stay open. Again, here's what many students are forgetting. If staff get sick without adequate plans in place, we need those 2 weeks, the sub will be closed anyways soon after and for longer afterwards because we know that there is actually a 10-day sickness for a lot of people. It's not the 5 days. That's highly challenged now. We already see the effects of staff shortages on a variety of services like municipal garbage collection. And we are hearing all over that sub staff are already overstrained. They need time to prepare for the smooth reopening. I want to reiterate that they need time, and the numerous staff I talked to are clear. It is 2 weeks and 4 days are going to make so much more difference for a smooth reopening and not much more difference for how students will actually get a hybrid sub open. So just to finalize what I'm saying here, a rushed reopening, just 4 days, but will actually put staff and students in danger and lead to further closures due to staff going on medical leave, being burned out, not having adequate safety measures. Again, they need those 4 days to take time to implement. We know that SFU's reopening was rushed. Look at the enormous crowded lectures, the lack of mask enforcement, the lack of tests, the lack of clinics, the uneven vaccination status follow-ups. SFSS should not make the same mistakes as SFU. It should prepare as much as possible within its given timeframes for a safe reopen. What I do absolutely agree with in terms of the spirit of the motion of having a meeting is increased engagement with the student body about the sub. I absolutely wholly agree with that. However, I do not believe that such a meeting in a week would be an effective form of engagement. Instead, it would contradict SFSS obligations to its staff and to a safe reopen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben?
So I wanted to address your point on consultation with regards to a potential recommendation from the executive committee on the 8th. I'm not sure that that's necessarily as relevant as it was the first time this was done, because the first time this was done, the motion was the first motion of this topic that was introduced, whereas currently we are able to consult, and I, through my DSU personally, have consulted with students on their feelings on the sub reopening. So I don't understand how that issue is necessarily as relevant this time as it was on the meeting on the 19th.
Okay, I can direct response to that. It's still relevant because depending on what is recommended, you still would want to bring that back to your members to consult. It's not just about their issues with the initial motion. It's also will be related to getting their feedback on the recommendation and potentially other motions that would be coming down. Because taking aside, we'd say we don't have the meeting on the 9th, say we saw the 16th. Our recommendation given to counselors on the 8th would still give, say, release to counselors by the 9th, would still give you a week to consult with your members. That's kind of the point of us trying to have a controlled close with more time to be able to communicate these things out better. Because I also, as now turning into the acting president role, I do take the comments by counselors about not having enough time very seriously. And I'm working with our vice chair and our VP internal to improve on that by working on planning further ahead. So to me, it's relevant in that you need, as much information as early as possible. And you can't really do that if you're going to have the mission, if we're going to repeat the same cycle of releasing information and then later that day or the next day, and then you not have enough time to bring it to your members to bring to this discussion that would be on the 9th. Okay, Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I've been hearing everyone's concerns and what they're bringing forward, and I think it's really relevant. I do think that with everything that's going forward, it's very evident that there's only going to be about a week difference in reopening. And I think this decision really, really does stem on if staff at the end of the day have the capacity to take this on or not. And we do have an obligation to understand their sentiments and their understanding to that. So in reference to this, I do think, of course, since we've already kind of talked about how exec already made a plan to open up the building at reduced capacity, and so that's not being referred anymore to exec. I think a really big thing is that we do need to check in with our staff and how they feel about this in terms of safety, health, and their preparedness to go forward. So I do want to kind of bring up that there is a committee. It's called Joint Health and Safety Committee. It actually has 2 representatives from staff side and 2 employer representatives as well. And I think it would be really, really beneficial if we actually make a recommendation to council to see if, a recommendation to that committee to see if they actually are ready, supported, and able to actually take on this load to open a week in advance, and if it is safe to do so for staff or not. This honestly seems like basically the best way to go forward. Then I think we can just make a decision based on the recommendation that they do put forward. In this way, yeah, I think it would be better. So I do want to move, sorry, 1 second, I'll put it in the chat. But I do want to move to refer this motion to the Joint Health and Safety Committee for information to council to advise on the appropriateness of an early return to return prior to the already planned sub-reduced occupancy model recommendation. So I'll just put that in the chat. There we go.
So you're moving, and I'll say out, be it resolved to refer this motion to the Joint Health and Safety Committee for information to council to, sorry, chat's going on, it shifts them. Sorry, I'll say that again. Be it resolved to refer this motion to the Joint Health and Safety Committee for information to council to advise on the appropriateness of an early return prior to the already planned reduced occupancy model recommendation. Do I have a seconder?
Physics.
Physics seconds. Discussion. Please put yourself on the list. This again, just for clarity, this is not about the meeting now. It's about the motion is to refer this to a committee to provide feedback. So, Ben, point of order.
Wondering, wouldn't this motion to refer also have the effect of simply defeating this and as such be out of order?
It would. No, it's redirecting. So it's not so much about defeating as it's more closer to tabling and directing to a new location.
But by the time presumably this motion would come back from Joint Health and Safety Committee, wouldn't the effect of this motion then be useless?
Potentially, it depends on when the committee can meet.
I'll move to then appeal your ruling on this being in order.
Okay. Give me a minute to look that up because it's the first time we've ever had an appeal or effectively a challenge of the chair's decision.
We had it once in Senate.
Yeah,
where,
voting on a ruling by the chair, appeal the chair's decision. So it can up to the speaker, second is needed. So we need a second on it. So do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science, seconds. It's debatable. It's not amendable, and it requires a majority vote. So just for clarity, the appeal is that because the motion to refer could potentially take longer to come back, but then the dates requested for the special meeting, that it's out of order. I declare this in order because it's more rather that you're removing it to a meeting to another group, you're tabling it and moving to another group for comments, and whether the group meets in time or not is not relevant in this case. I am looking up for more information on this because again, this is my first time being in it. I'm looking more around refer. How does that play out? For to committee, you feel that idea or proposal being discussed needs more study or investigation after recognition. The person, yeah. So yeah, just the general idea of referring to it is that that the person feels that an idea or proposal needs more study or investigation. Or in this case, get a recommendation from the Joint Health Safety Committee. So it's actually not really relevant to whether the committee is the initial motion is time sensitive or not.
Can I speak to that, or?
Go ahead then.
My concern is that under 13.9 regarding a dilatory motion to commit, it reads the chair has a duty to rule out of order as dilatory any motion to commit that is obviously absurd or unreasonable, such as one that because of the time involved or any other reason would have the effect of defeating the purpose of the main question. My concern being that it's not clear that it's been presented when the Joint Health and Safety Committee will commit, and as such, this motion that's been moved by the VP Equity to commit this to the Joint Health and Safety Committee seems to just have the effect of straight up defeating the motion. And as such, I believe it should be ruled out, or it should have been ruled out of order by the chair.
Marie, go ahead. It's a direct response.
Yeah, can I directly respond to Ben's comment?
Sure, you're the one who moved the motion.
Yeah, I just want to note that this is literally not absurd or unreasonable over the fact that this literally has everything to do with staff, and it has everything to do with if they are able to take this on as labor. Also keeping in mind that they are unionized. If they feel that they are unable to take this on, they could literally stay virtual if they please. And I think it's in our best interest to collaborate with our staff and to understand their concerns regarding health and safety within the building, and if this decision is something that they can take on. At the end of the day, we literally can't do anything without our staff. Our staff is literally the people who help us run the operations and support students as well. It's been very evident that Vivian from DNA, Nim from Women's Center, who are representing two constituency groups within the student union building, who are housed within the student building, are not ready to basically return on any time previous to the 18th. That's been made very clear. So the point of this was to actually refer this to see if staff are able to take on opening sooner than it was on the 18th. And at the end of the day, this is not to rule out the motion. It's to say, it's for us to actually consider the fact that if staff can take this on or not, which is, I think, is really important in our decision making when we are opening the sub. It has everything to do with them, especially since they are not here in this conversation to speak about it or speak about their concerns. And last meeting when we made the decision, it was very evident that we did discuss how staff felt about this. So I just wanted to know that as well. Emmanuel also noted in the chat, we have unionized staff, so any staff decisions would have to go to the union. So even the committee in itself can also do consultations in that process as well, if at capacity.
Okay, we have a number of direct responses. Ben?
So, I mean, first of all, I just wanted to clarify my use of the language absurd or unreasonable was simply just quoting the language from Robert's rules. But on that, this is, at least to my understanding, a debate on Corbett's ruling and whether it's proper or not. And my view would be that unless this could be, sorry, let me rephrase. My view would be that your motion to commit this to Joint Health and Safety Committee would have the same effect as just defeating the motion. So it's not clear to me how this is in order and why this can't be, and that this should be ruled out of order. And if you believe that defeating it is, or if you believe that pushing this motion is best, my argument would be that you should just seek to defeat it rather than this motion being ruled in order by the chair. I'm happy to clarify something there if that didn't make sense. I know it was a bit rambly.
Okay, sorry, I'm going a little bit slower on this because I'm also looking up the joint health safety terms of reference if I can find it, to see, you know, how often, if they can just be called whenever. I believe they can be called. We could do request an emergency meeting because we just met today. Normally we meet monthly, but
Corp, I believe Marie said in the chat that they can meet. I think Marie can clarify on that, but I think she said that in the chat.
So sorry, just a lot of chat going on. That's just cross chat. I would almost recommend those people to do direct messaging so it doesn't flood the chats with stuff. The way to do that is you click on the person's name and it'll load up a direct message if you have the ability to. I believe everyone does. So I would have to look at further, but yes, in my feeling, anytime we have a staff, we can always do kind of an emergency request. We've done that with other types of staff employer meetings, and so by sending this to them does not necessarily mean it would automatically kill the or cause the motion to fail. And so to me, it would then would no longer classify as in Robert's rules as the item you've listed. And being that I'm also on the committee itself, I can call one. Direct reply to myself.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know it's all messed up because technically Nikki and Mohammed are first, but if it's not related to the specific motion itself, like the whether it's in our order or not, then we probably shouldn't have it.
So can I go, or
just for Mohammed and Nikki, are you okay with withdrawing your direct responses? I just want to make sure.
My direct response was a clarification on what Marie said.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, so let's go back to Ben. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as I had written in the chat, my concern would be that even assuming that we were able to call a meeting of Joint Health and Safety Committee tomorrow, it would still simply defeat the motion, as there'd be no way for council to consider those recommendations unless another special meeting of council was called, which seems to just complicate things even further. So my argument to the members who are speaking in support of this motion would be that this should be out of order, and that if you believe that a consultation with Joint Health and Safety Committee is best, that should be done by simply defeating this motion and not by moving a dilatory motion to commit.
Okay.
So sorry, just for clarification, I guess if eventually we move to a vote on this, we'd be voting on Robert's Rules of Order, right? If we agree that we interpret the rules the way Ben does versus we interpret the rules the way you do.
Yes, that would be the way for the vote.
Okay.
So because this is effectively appealing the chair, so a yes vote would be that you believe that Ben's statement that is correct, versus a no would be my interpretation of the rules is correct. So if anyone has any more comments on the actual Robert's Rules aspect of this. Okay. Sorry, this is just weird for me. Okay, Ben?
Just wanted to comment that the vote on appealing the ruling of the chairs, the vote is to sustain the decision of the chair. So a yes vote would be agreeing with you, and a no vote would be agreeing with my interpretation.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I misread that. So
I think Sharik has the next direct response. Because
Just
the
again,
other direct responses are
or-
still towards Marie. So this one is towards you, I believe. Yes, Sharik?
Just to clarify, I was under the assumption that the motion to commit must also have a date for when the recommendation was. So it must include the action tasked to the specific committee as well as the date as to when that recommendation should be received by.
Give me 1 minute, I'm double checking that. It doesn't, when I look for refer, you just refer to a committee, because you can't necessarily control when the committee would be meeting or responding on its own time. It's just in our case, we could meet earlier.
Then wouldn't that go along with what Ben, sorry to jump in, but then wouldn't that go along with what Ben says about it being dilatory? Because if there's no assumption as to when the committee meets, the committee could meet 2 weeks from now, which again deems the motion out of order.
Okay, Ben, list.
So, I mean, I don't really want to take up too much time with this, so I thought I'd just sort of go over my interpretation just to conclude and then call the question, but I'll go over my thoughts on this first. So what I would say is that even if we assume, as the executive has said, that we were able to call a meeting of the Joint Health and Safety Committee tomorrow, there's no way that council could vote on those recommendations on the motion to call a special meeting on February 9th unless the meeting of unless there was either there would have to be a special meeting of council called before February 9th to vote on those recommendations for them not to be dilatory, in my view, because at that point, if we don't call another special meeting to vote on the recommendations, we'd be voting on the recommendation to call a special meeting on February 9th on February 16th, which would, of course, be absurd because February 16th is after February 9th. With my point being that unless I want to say the VP Equity moved this motion, unless the VP Equity is proposing that we then call a special meeting between today and February 9th, I would say that this is just completely dilatory and should be rejected as being out of order.
All right. Any other direct responses to or comment or lists on to the actual Robert's rules? In this case, the related appeal. Go ahead, Ben.
I actually just had one thing to say just to clarify this, because I'm guessing this question will be asked, but the vote, if you agree with Corbett and agree that it's in order and think that this motion should be allowed to come to the floor, vote yes. And if you disagree and believe that it should be out of order and agree with me, then vote no. And I strongly encourage everyone to vote no.
Okay, if there's no more other comments, thank you for the clarification on what the vote would be. Go ahead, Gabe.
sorry, before Gabe goes, I think we still have a list. I don't know if we've kind of gotten lost. I don't know if Vivian was listed for this as well. We have Vivian, Graham, Rasko, and Ben listed. I think Ben already went, so we're okay for that one. But I don't know if they were listed for the Marie motion or for this one, because we have a bunch of different lists on this thing now.
We're very much focused on just the appeal aspects of the Robert's Rules. So Vivian, is your list related to that or to Marie's motion in general?
So I'm wondering, okay, so you're asking me to talk about that was what I was understanding. We're talking about just the appeal for the motion that was just proposed.
Yes, it's purely on the Robert's Rules, your interpretation or what you know of Robert's Rules.
Okay, yeah. So my thoughts were that from what I'm hearing, many students, including some counselors, are unaware of what staff do and what the appropriateness of a safe return for staff and students alike would be. And a joint health and safety committee would provide more information.
Sorry, point of order, Mohammed, go ahead.
My point of order was first.
Oh,
I think it's the same point of order anyway.
Yeah, this isn't relating to the appeal, and this discussion is not at all related.
Yeah, Vivian, if you want to list for after this, it wouldn't be, it would have, again, your point would have to be directly related to your interpretation of the Robert's Rules in the case of this appeal. So unfortunately, the building staff or any of that wouldn't have anything to do directly with the Robert's Rules of Order. That's all we're debating right now.
Okay, thank you for explaining.
Thank you. So next we have Graham. Sorry, Corbett.
Thank you, Abby. Let me share, please.
Hi, so if I'm understanding this right, Ben, you believe this is out of order because in order to take into account the recommendations from the Joint Health and Safety Committee, we will need to, what is that called? Sorry, my mind's blanking, 1 second. We will need to have we would need to have a council meeting in between the council meeting on the 9th and when the Joint Health and Safety Committee meets in order to file their recommendations or whatever the appropriate term is there. And then we have the meeting, which you're saying, which that being dilatory. Am I understanding what your argument is correctly?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
So if I understand you correctly, we will to take into account the Joint Health and Safety Committee recommendations, we would need to have a council meeting before the one on the 9th, or like before the one where we take, before the emergency meeting in order to file them, or so that we can take them into account in the emergency health and the emergency meeting.
Can I go?
Yeah, sorry, I was had to tap out for a second. Go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, that's basically my argument. And then I would just say a bit more to that would be, since there is currently no special meeting of council called between those prospective dates, this is dilatory.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Next on the list is Gabe, I believe. Or sorry, no, yeah. Gabe.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my head around this because I'm very confused. So let me please restate my understanding of this, because I feel like it will help everyone collectively understand what on earth is happening. So my understanding of the motion right now, currently, as is, because I know a series of amendments has happened, is that the motion is stripped down currently to just calling a meeting for February 9th correct? So right now, the motion literally just says, be it resolved to call a special meeting of council on February 9th. That is correct?
Yes.
That's all the motion says. It doesn't even say anything about COVID or anything in the be it
Yes.
resolved clauses.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion at hand is just to call a special meeting for next week. Okay, so that's the main purpose of the motion. Marie moved a motion to amend, Marie moved an amendment to add another clause to the motion to get a recommendation from JHSC on actions council should take. Is that correct?
No, she motioned to refer to JHSC to get a recommendation on basically feasibility opening early.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Can I ask a question to Marie then? Marie, would you be agreeable to withdrawing your motion and instead proposing an amendment to the motion to get a recommendation from JHSC on actions to take? Would you be agreeable to that? Because if so, Ben can withdraw his appeal and we can just move on from this confusion.
Okay, so I actually noted that I wanted to move to refer the motion to the Joint Health and Safety Committee. Just to clarify. And I put it in the chat for clarification as well.
Okay, wait, just before jumping to Abby, Gabe, are you?
I'm done, Corbett.
Finished? You're done? Okay, Abby, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to help clarify. So we have the referral, and then the part that's being disputed here is that Ben is saying that the referral is out of order because essentially it's defeating the motion. Just, I don't know if you want to respond to this, Gabe, if this helps you. We're appealing that essentially what Ben is saying is that the referral essentially defeats the motion. So if this is what they want to do, they should just defeat the motion in the first place, making this pointless. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Ben.
In my opinion, the motion as it stands is to just call a special meeting. And so to refer it to JHSC, in my opinion, does not make sense. It would have made sense if the motion had kept the parts about like tasking exec to come up with a special plan for reduced capacity. But since it is just about calling a special meeting, Marie's motion at this time does not make sense. That is why I suggest that instead of referring it to JHSC, Marie consider withdrawing her referral motion and instead amend the motion to add a clause to say that JHSC should recommend actions for council to take at the next council meeting, which in this case would be the special meeting called on February 9th, if the main motion passes. That's just my suggestion, take it or leave it, but I hope that helps a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to think in that same way too, that that my initial ruling of saying it was in order is incorrect. And so would draw that back. And Marie, if you directly respond if you want to, then we'd be rolling back all the way back to the motion. I like effectively rule it out or move back to the motion of just discussing on if we were to have a meeting on, if we're going to have a special council meeting on February 9th. And Marie, you have a direct response.
Yeah, so I think on the basis of the fact that there isn't necessarily a reason for the meeting now in terms of the original motion, since the specific part about tasking executives in relation to do with the return to the sub has been taken out as well. I will take away my my thingy. My brain's not working. Sorry, to clarify, I will withdraw for those specific reasons.
So we're effectively just back to the main motion.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, Corbett, question. Or I guess point of order. We had a speakers list for the main motion, then we have a separate speakers list with Vivian and Rasco still on it. It was for the in-between. I'm not sure how we want to handle that. They're also both on the next speakers list. They're just 2 people down.
Yeah, the way I view it is now is because Marie's motion to refer has been rescinded or withdrawn, that speaker list would disappear because it's no longer a motion to discuss. And we're back to the main motion of just having the having a meeting for February 9th. And so going back to your lists that you have listed, Maze, Kayla would be the next person. It'll be Kayla, Marie, Vivian, Rasco, and others after that. So Kayla?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we should definitely be holding a meeting next week, because with what we have discussed all along this time, we were talking about how the staff is consulted, and however, there was no consultation for the students. There was not at all for students to express their opinion, except they know that from our letter to the students, like an email saying, "Oh, we are closing." Yes, we do have responsibility for the staff, but we do have responsibility for students too. As we are a student society, we should be responsible for the students as well. When we are making a decision, we should also be considering the students, because after all, we are DSUs here. Some of us represent our department. As for us, as sociology and anthropology, we only have the time to did a survey after this was decided. So saying that we have enough time to decide this is not entirely true, as a part of us, we are only told like a day before. How are we supposed to like survey our constituency group with such a short time? The students might have the time, like execs might have the time to like consult their staff, but students are not consulted in this process. We're not saying that sub have to be open next week. We're just saying that we have to have a meeting to decide this, which I think this will also give us time for departmental student unions to also survey the students when making this decision. After all, this is not only about, if we can see how many students actually join our meeting, which doesn't happen that often, I think this deserves like discussion. Yeah, that's my comment on this.
Okay, thank you. Marie?
Sorry, we had a direct response from Mohammed.
Saw that.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to add on to that, guys, it's been 2.5 hours. Let's say 2, because we were adding discussion items or whatnot. It's been 2 hours and we've been debating whether we should have a meeting about this. Imagine the actual meeting. That's gonna take even longer. And if let's say we push this on the 14th, for now, some of our motions right now and some of our discussion items are 100% gonna be pushed to 2 weeks from now. That's not including the 2 weeks ago, the motions that were pushed to today that we couldn't get to, and we're not gonna be able to get to because of this. And now if we push it again to 2 weeks from now, all those motions, all those discussion items are gonna get pushed to a month from now. We need to have a separate meeting for this. I don't care when it is. We need to talk about this on its own. It's a simple, it's taken us 2 hours to just make a decide on a bloody meeting for it. We need to discuss this on its own. Again, that's why I wanted to direct response, Kayla. It is not about opening the subs next week. It is about getting this talked about. That's it. End of story. It's that simple.
Marie?
Okay. Honestly, with this in mind right now, I think this may be a question for Ben. It's either that we go forward and just vote on the fact that we want to have the meeting or not. It doesn't seem like there's really a reason for it. So do you want to put in a reason, Ben?
Direct response, Ben? Go ahead.
That's actually what I was going to do when my time came up on the speakers list, but can I do that now?
You're welcome to, yes.
Okay, I'll move to amend the current be it resolved clause and add on to the end of it to discuss the status of the student union building with regards to its opening. Corbett, you're on mute.
As I put in chat?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ben has moved to amend the motion to include, or it's at the end of it, so be it further resolved?
No, this would just be at the end of the current be it resolved clause, so that it would be, or current be it further resolved clause, excuse me, then it would read be it further resolved to call a special meeting of council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. for the, yeah.
Okay, so the motion is adding to be it resolved to discuss the status of the sub with regard to its opening, and then be it further resolved to how the special council meeting on February 9th.
I believe it should say February 9th at 4:30 p.m., but yeah.
At 4:30 p.m. Thank you for the clarification. So that's you're moving that. Do we have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science seconds. Discussion. Gabe, go ahead. Or getting the direct response from Joey.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
It's a clarifying question for Ben. Is that direct response or list? It's in relation to the.
You can do it as a list.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Gabe.
So with Ben's amendments, is the purpose of the next meeting then to purely discuss the status of the student union building opening, or is there a motion we'll be considering? Because it's just with the wording that you just proposed, Ben, in my view, it would purely just be a discussion. And because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, your intention is that there would be a motion on the agenda for that meeting to open sooner than is currently established. Are you able to answer that question?
It is my intent that there be a motion at that meeting, but what I would say to that is that motion, at least in my mind, would come out of discussion at that meeting and discussion with hopefully students and staff who will show up to that meeting, so that it can be formed on the basis of consultation.
Okay, is a direct response from Gabe on that because you asked the question?
I have no follow-up, Corbett.
Okay.
Gabe is also next on the list. Sorry.
Okay, Gabe.
No, that was my list.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay, Almas, go ahead.
My question for Ben is we've already had a 2.5 hour discussion, probably 2 hour 45 minutes. If we still don't have a motion in mind, what exactly are we trying to do? We've been having discussion for the past 2 hour 45 minutes. We will be doing the same thing probably at the next meeting. So how does it even solve the purpose of having another meeting? And how exactly is Ben expecting all the staff members to be there? Because a lot of them do not have the same working hours as us.
Ben, go ahead. You're on the list.
That's a good point with regards to the staff. What I would say regarding the purpose of a second meeting, we're not debating the opening of the sub today. We're not debating whether it should be open, whether we should extend the closure or anything in that regard. We're debating purely whether we should call a meeting to do so. And my position on that is that a meeting must be called so that we don't spend another 3 hours or so on the 16th discussing this when, in my view, it should be discussed at a separate meeting, just to ensure that I believe Mohammed's point earlier, that we can discuss it and just be done with that. And to that, I will call the question on my amendment.
Sorry, did you say you're calling the question on your amendment?
I am.
Okay. Move to call the question. It's not debatable and it requires a, sorry, just double checking. I think it's 2/3.
Sorry, can you please remind, oh, I apologize. I'm jumping in here, but I just want to help with the Robert's rules. This is Ben's amendment to add like the reason for the meeting, right? So it's just a simple majority.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I get those switched around. Honest, we've already moved into debate, calling the question, so there's no more debate right now, unless it fails. Okay, so we are going to go to vote. It's going to be roll call to add this amendment. So give me 1 second to bring up the tracker. Okay. Starting with okay, so just for clarity again, voting yes means you want to add this amendment, Ben's amendment, to the motion, the main motion, which is to have a discussion about the closure of the sub as part of a special meeting, or have a closure of a sub. Okay. Going with, so archaeology.
Hi, sorry, I'm going to abstain on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Bachelor Environment.
I'll also abstain.
Behavioral Neuroscience.
I'm also going to abstain.
Biology. BPK.
In favor.
Chemistry is not here. Cognitive science.
In favor.
Communications.
In favor.
Community science not here. Criminology.
I'm going to abstain.
Data science is not here. Economics is not here. Education. Jeremy, we are voting on to add Ben's amendment to the motion. Amendment being I'll repost it in the chat. Oops.
Actually, Ben's right, Corbett.
You're right. My apologies for calling the question just in debate. I'm sorry. I'm getting too tired of this. We're going to have to take a break after this thing is done. So just because it's been so long. Yeah, my apologies. I'm going to redo the vote call for that exact reason, because I gave you the wrong information as chair. We are voting to call the question, which means to end debate on Ben's amendment and go then straight to the vote. Okay. Can we do it unanimous? Yeah, we can do it unanimous because I haven't had anyone say that they want to keep debating. Seeking unanimous consent, all in favor of calling the question and ending debate on Ben's amendment. To all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you do not, if you dissent or abstain, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. The debate is now finished, and we move on to voting. Let me try for consent for a minute. Yeah, we will go to. Sorry, well, the chat's distracting me. We'll move to now voting on Ben's amendment, which is to add the statement in chat to the motion. And this will be tied to the motion for the meeting on the 9th. But again, we're only voting on if this amendment should be included or not. And the amendments being, be it resolved to discuss the status of the sub with regards to its opening. Okay. Seeking unanimous consent. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. We are now back onto the main motion, which as amended, and I will post, paste in chat what that new amendment is, and read it out again for clarity. Okay, just 1 second. And oops. Okay. So the amendment is, and sorry for the bad copy paste, that's because of PDFs. Where the executive committee recommends the closure of the student union building to council on, recommended to closure of the student union building to council on January 18th. Whereas council decided at its January 19th meeting to close the student union building, whereas the student union building will be closed until February 18th with council to discuss an update. The closure of its meeting on February 16th. Whereas a special meeting before February 16th would allow for a more focused discussion on the issue compared to a regular meeting where other business will also need to be discussed. Be resolved to discuss the status of the sub with regards to its opening. Be it further resolved to task the executive committee with developing such a plan by, oh, sorry, what? Sorry, remove that. Sorry, I copy pasted badly. Ignore that. Okay, so what it actually says is be resolved to discuss status of the sub with regards to its opening. Be it further resolved Be resolved to call a special meeting of council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. So be it resolved, again, I'll repeat, the be it resolved section is be it resolved to discuss the status of the sub with regards to its opening. Be it further resolved to call a special meeting of council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. We will take a break soon, Serena, after this is finished. So now we're on to that main new amended motion. We're on discussion again. Back to the list. Believe it's Vivian.
Hi, I can pass. I don't have energy to speak any longer.
Okay, thank you. Rasco.
Are we speaking? Hi, can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
are we speaking about the motion to hold a special meeting regarding the sub closure?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
That's the section of the motion we're on now.
All right, thank you. So apologies if I'm not following any proper procedure. This is the first time speaking to this, and I'm just a student. I'm not a counselor. But I would like to mention two things. I'd like to say that the SFSS you should have a discussion regarding N95 masks and other personal protective equipment, because even if SFU doesn't want to spend the money, the SFSS, which we pay the student fees to, should be spending money on this to protect the students. And then the second motion, the second thing I want to say is the SFU, the SFSS should have involved the students more on this closure, because we're the ones that are paying the SFSS
Sorry, Rasco,
fees.
sorry to interrupt you again. We want to speak purely to if there should be a special meeting. So
Yeah.
if you could tailor your comments specifically to whether we should or should not have a special meeting on the 9th, that'd be great.
Okay, then I'm just gonna stop. I won't talk regarding that then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Alex. Is Alex still here? I don't know if they are. We'll move on to Paige.
Hi, yeah, about just having a meeting next week, I think logistically, like regardless of how, obviously this is something that we want to be discussing, but I think regardless of how we feel about the matter, logistically, to create a meeting like this with so many different like staff groups and students and calling all of these people to discuss this, I don't know if a week is a long enough time frame to properly plan a meeting like this and market it. But also, would we still have to make a decision about the same thing on the meeting on the 16th? Because if we still have to make that decision, like COVID is changing so quickly, making the decision a week earlier could, like, so much changes every single week with COVID that if we motion to open it earlier or later or whatever we decide in a hypothetical meeting next week, those, you know, PHO guidelines and COVID situation can change dramatically in just a week. So we would have to be rediscussing the issue again on the 16th, whether or not we have a meeting next week.
Go ahead, Ben, because you're basically the next on the list anyways.
I'll do my direct response first, but on the point of logistics of calling a special meeting, there have been special meetings called with similar notice in the past. And to my point on the list, let's see. Can I move to I'll move to suspend the rules and adopt the motion as presented.
Basically call the question.
Well, I'm moving that if the suspension of the rules passes, I believe then the motion would be carried. So in essence, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's possible.
Should, but I'd rather we just stick with generally just either if you want to end debate, then we just do a call the question and then go to a vote.
Okay, then I'll just call the question.
Thanks. So, okay, we're calling the question. So all discussion is, so again, this is a vote to end debate. So I'm going to go to
Unanimous consent.
Yeah, I'm going to go by unanimous consent. If you would like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand features, and I will call on you to record your vote. If you'd like to abstain or dissent. This is again to end debate on this topic and then go into a full vote next. Seeing none, that passes. We now move on to voting on the motion as is, as amended. Just to be very clear, we are voting now on the motion as amended, which is sorry, I'm just scrolling back. Whereas the Executive Committee recommended the closure of the Student Union building to Council on January 18th, whereas Council decided its January 19th meeting to close the Student Union building, whereas the Student Union building will be closed until February 18th, with Council to discuss an update of the closure at its meeting on February 16th, whereas a special meeting before February 16th would allow for a more focused discussion on the issue, compared to a regular meeting where other business will also need to be discussed. Be it resolved to discuss the status of the sub with regards to its opening. Be it further resolved to call a special meeting of Council on February 9th at 4:30 p.m. Okay. I'm actually going to do a roll call on this simply because there has been a lot of back and forth. I know it's longer, but there's been a lot of yes or no's on both sides of this, so I think it's important to have that recorded. Okay. Before I go into vote, is there any questions on what we're voting on? Because I don't want to have to stop halfway through and to make explanations. So with yourself right now. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go now into a roll call vote. We're not going to stop if you're.
Well, sorry, Tiffany asked if it could be typed out.
Oh, the motion, the full motion?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 minute to do some fun copy pasting. That's the whereas clauses. And the be resolved clause, the actual action items is here. Okay, I'll give everyone a minute to read this just to be more accessible. Okay, now we're moving into a roll call vote. if you would, on this motion. So if you'd like it to carry, where we call a meeting to discuss the subs opening, then for the 9th, then vote yes. If you would like, if you don't want to hold a meeting, special meeting, vote no. Okay. Archaeology.
I'm going to vote in favor.
Okay. Bachelor Environment.
In favor.
Behavioral Neuroscience.
Against.
Biology is not here. BPK.
Against.
Chemistry is not here. Cognitive Science.
In favor.
Communications.
In favor.
Criminology.
I'm going to abstain.
Data Science is not here. Economics is not here. Education. Engineering Science. Sarah. Okay. English.
Against.
Environmental Science.
Against.
Film. It's not here. French.
Against.
GSWS.
Against.
Geography.
In favor.
Health Science.
Against.
History is not here. Indigenous Studies is not here. Interactive Arts and Technology.
Against.
International Studies. Labor Studies is not here. Linguistics.
Against.
Mathematics is, yeah, sorry.
In favor.
Mechatronic Systems Engineering. In favor. MBB. MBB. Operations Research.
In favor.
Philosophy.
In favor.
Physics.
Abstain.
Political Science.
In favor.
Psychology.
Against.
Science.
In favor.
SAS.
In favor.
Sociology and Anthropology.
In favor.
Software Systems. Against. Okay. Statistical and Actuarial Sciences.
Against.
Sustainable Energy Engineering.
In favor.
Theater, I don't think it's here. World Literature is not here. DNA is not here. FNSA, FNMISA. ISA, International Student Advocates.
In favor.
Campus is not here. SOCA. Not here. Women's Center Collective.
Against.
Student Athletics Advisory Committee.
In favor.
Presidents, I'm voting against. VP Internal and Organizational Development.
Chloe's not here.
Oh, Chloe had to step out, so she's not here. Finance and Services. Against. University and Academic Affairs.
Against.
Okay. External and Community Affairs.
Against.
Equity Sustainability.
Against.
And Events and Student Affairs.
Against.
Okay, give me a minute to total this up. 4, 5. Okay, what I have is 16 in favor, 19 against, and 2 abstentions, so this does not carry. Okay, I will call a 10-minute meeting, 10-minute recess. So we'll come back at 7:40 to go move on to the next items on the agenda. Thank you. I'll resume recording. Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, let's get back to our agenda. We are on 6.1.1 joint statements drafted by the Accessible Course Practices, submitted by Math Counselor Ben. Would you like to move?
I'd like to ask permission to withdraw this motion.
Okay, you're just moving to withdraw the motion to another meeting?
Just to withdraw it to reintroduce it at a later date, because there was a document, the statement itself, that I had hoped would have been prepared by now, but unfortunately, due to several issues, that has not happened yet.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just framing. Do I need to vote on that, or is it because you're the submitter? Yeah, so we just go, yeah, a seconder is needed for that.
Political science.
Okay, and we don't go to debate, we just go to a vote. So all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to unmute your, sorry, if you'd like to send or abstain, please use raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call you to record your vote. Yes, this is a remove 6.1.1. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. We move on to 6.1.2, committee appointments motion submitted by myself. And I'll read the motion. Whereas there has, sorry, I need to zoom in here. Where there have been a number of council resignations and by-elections over the last 6 months, whereas there has been changes to vice chair, president, and VP internal and organizational development that's requiring a change of committee appointments, whereas council committees have vacant seats, whereas it is required that all councilors be on at least one committee, be resolved to pass the nominating committee provide a report of all the committees with vacancies and all the councilors without a committee seat by February 9th to council. I will move this motion. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Everyone's too tired to try to race you for seconds now, Abby. Okay, move on to discussion. I submitted this motion, I moved it, so I will introduce it. So basically, it's because as you'll noticed in that announcements, we have had quite a few resignations. That's created a lot of vacancies. But we've also had people come in, especially join this first meeting. So welcome to your first meeting. They don't always go this way, but they do tend to go long. So I hope this doesn't scare you off from coming back to other future council meetings. But it's important for us to refill our committees, reset them, and get them going again. And for the people that are new, there is around 12. No, there's about 16 to 18 committees of various sizes and various compositions, various purposes. Every councilor is required to be on at least one if there is a seat available. And so, because there's so many of them, I thought instead of just us having a meeting where we do go through like a bunch of different committees, I thought it'd be best to get nominating committee to sort that all out for us and give us a report so that we can actually, by the 9th, doesn't have to be at a meeting, just email it to us. And so that we can have people motivated and have appointments happen for the 16th, ideally, for February 16th. That's really about it. Do I have any other comments or questions or concerns? Please list yourself if you do. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or sorry, chat distracted me. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes. That carries unanimously. Now we're moving on to reports from committees. Honestly, I'm going to move to postpone these to, I don't know, should we postpone to another meeting because we're all tired. What I'm going to do is move to submit these reports to writing for council for review instead of a verbal thing. So that's amending the agenda to add a new motion. My apologies, but I think it'd be just faster. Yeah, so I'm going to type it out in chat. To Yeah, so I moved to amend the agenda to include the following motion. Be resolved to task the executive committee and executive counselors to submit their council reports to council in writing. So before we go into the discussion, do I have a seconder?
Jess.
Math.
I heard Jess first, so discussion list. Go ahead, Serena. Serena, go ahead. Says we ready a date to have it ready by. Yeah, just by next council meeting. It just has we already have a lot of this stuff in slides and stuff. We just going to submit it in writing as opposed to just doing a verbal one now. Okay. Any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, let's move to a vote on the amendment. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, this motion passes to amend the agenda. So now we'll go to the votes on this. Vote being the motion being resolved to task the executive committee and executive councilors to submit their council report to council in writing. Seeking unanimous consent. All in. Wait, yeah, no. Sorry, technically, I need a. Let's just go mover and seconder. Just do that for sure. So, do you have a mover? I'll move that motion. Do you have seconder?
Science.
Political science. Okay. Discussion. I think we've discussed it all. Okay, we're just going to move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. Use the raise hand feature if you want to abstain or dissent, and I will call you to record your vote. Okay, thank you. That passes. We're now moving on to discussion item 8.1. Now we'll actually shift over for chair. I'll hand over chair to Abby. He is going to finish off the rest of the meeting.
Oh boy, looking forward to this. All right,
Yeah.
discussion item.
Sorry, just before I do that. The point of this is primarily, this is me and Abby and Chloe met to discuss maybe a slightly different way of running council to spread out the workload, so it's not just on one chair all the time, and give also the vice chair practice opportunities. So ideally we'll try to do half and half, but most likely it'll just be discussion items and he'll finish off the meeting. So go ahead, Abby. Thank you.
Thank you, Corbett. All right, I'll try not to mess this up too bad. So discussion item 8.1, committee meeting update and review, and this was submitted by Corbett. If you want to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, it's kind of related to the motion we passed earlier. More of a discussion. Is there council members who are currently sitting on a committee that wants to change, or also for chairs and others, or any other people in the committee that haven't necessarily met yet or met very often? What do you need so that we can get the meetings going? Do you need some training? Do you need more people? Have you had difficulty getting quorum or such? So, okay.
Okay, sorry, one thing in the chat. I don't remember if we motioned to ratify the minutes. I think we motioned to postpone them, correct?
No, the minutes were part of the consent agenda that we approved at the start of the meeting.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh,
in
sorry,
that case,
you're right. We pulled out minutes for council. I completely missed that. Yes, you did. Sorry, it's too much going on. How about we do that after discussion? We'll go back to it. Is that all right? Okay.
Okay. So first on the speakers list, I have Marie.
Yeah, so this question was about, I guess, the discussion Corbett put forward about like committees and issues that we're having. I guess this is a really good time for me to just voice anyone who's part of the BIPOC committee or equity and sustainability committee. For a couple of months now, I've been trying very, very hard to reach out to folks so we can actually initiate the meetings for both BIPOC and Equity and Sustainability Committee. And it's just coming to a point where it's not many people are responding, or it's only 1 or 2 people who are. And of course, that doesn't reach quorum in order for us to have an appropriate meeting to make decisions or pass anything. So I am going to give people a couple more days to respond. Joey actually sent a follow-up email to the email that I originally sent. So please, please, please respond to it. Let us know if you don't want to be part of the committee anymore either, which is a really big thing. It'll allow us to actually fill in those seats. So I'm going to give folks until Friday. If folks don't answer by Friday, then we'll start filling in the seats once more, or figure out ways forward.
Thank you, Marie. I believe we have a direct response from Charlotte.
Hi, yeah, Marie, I think I put it in the Discord a little bit ago. I'm on the Equity and Sustainability Committee, and I haven't gotten a single email since last semester, like, about it. I think someone else in the Discord said they also were experiencing that issue. So I don't know if that's been resolved since. I didn't see anything tag me in the Discord, but yeah.
Marie, do you want to respond to that? And thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, thanks so much, Charlotte. I did see your response, so thank you so much for responding. So basically, I did send out an email like end of semester, last fall semester, and I did message on the Discord as well. There just haven't been enough people for us to actually hold an appropriate meeting for it to reach quorum and for us to pass things. So I didn't want to waste your time ultimately, but yeah, so maybe I'll just, oh, and in the Discord, I asked people to respond to the December email. But if it's too confusing, I'll send an email tonight. I'll send another one to everyone. And then just feel free to just message back and let me know your availability so we could have a meeting next week. And Joselle just put a link in the chat for the BIPOC committee. Please fill out that when to meet link. We really, really want to meet. We have some like really important things that we actually need to discuss and move forward with. So that would be great. If you're interested in being on the committee and you are a counselor, because I'm assuming that there has been people who have dropped because they've resigned or moved on, please let us know. But Corbett, if someone does drop, for instance, an example, if GSWS drops, does the person who refills their role, are they automatically on the committee, or do we have to fill in that seat again?
So direct response, no, you have to fill in the seat again because the person has resigned. When they resigned from council, they was also resigned from the seats, resigned from any committee appointments, and so it's completely, the seat is vacant. So you, unless it's unless that position is like a dedicated seat, like you know how certain exec positions are specifically chair or specifically members of a committee. If all the others are council, they're open for council, and so you'd have to redo the appointment.
Okay, thank you, Corbett and Marie. I think Marie got that, so that's good. Next on the list, I have Natasha.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, is this also a time for counselors to ask questions about, because I'm just a little bit confused about joining a committee and just is that a time now or should I wait?
Direct response, Corbett.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's totally fine because this is really generally about like committees and trying to get them running.
So just to be on a committee, you can just join and just email the chair of that committee?
The process is that you can submit your interest to the chair, but the council itself is one that that approves appointments, and so we would have a motion at council, depending on that could be a consent agenda item where it's just like a big batch of them can be done, especially if it's recommended by nominating committee ahead of time. You can just do it in batches, or you can do individual ones where it's competitive, or people that if there's multiple people interested, they can vote. It just depends on how many we're doing, and so from a procedural perspective of like what's the most efficient way to get people on. In this case, I would like to do it in a batch, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, I understand.
So especially for the new people on here, our committees do have like definitions on our website under the committee tab, so you can actually read about what's the purpose of each committee and there'll be a report from nominating committee on all the different openings and stuff, because there's quite a few now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, do you mind if I just ask one more question?
So Marie did have a direct response. Marie, okay with Natasha going before you?
Sorry, I retracted it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Natasha.
So just in terms of one of the previous motions we just passed was that we are, by the 16th, we are going to have a report on what committees and how many seats that need to be. And so by that time, us as counselors, we should reach out to the chairs that we want of the committees that we are interested in so that we can do this vote on the 16th.
Ideally, yes. But,
okay.
Marie, I'm sorry, not chair anymore.
Yes, Marie, because I said it. I was kidding.
Abby. Just to also clarify, Natasha, for counselors, what kind of happens? So we'll kind of report and let people know if there are spaces on council for counselor seats, counselor voting seats, which are different from at-large seats. But we'll basically ask if people want to kind of run for it, and people have 3 chances to do it. And then I believe there's a vote, correct, Corbett? Can you just give me thumbs up? Yeah, so there's gonna be a vote. Separately though, at-large people, so at-large members are ultimately students who also want to be on the committee and have a voting seat. They can also register themselves through the SFSS website, and then a selection committee basically selects them. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you, Marie. Almas is next on the list.
So one of the things which I feel can create an issue for the nominating committee is that, like, I've been sending emails to people in the FASC mailing list, but only 3 of them have gotten back to me. And I think we've had this discussion in the past 2 meetings as well, where I outline all the issues going on with different committees. I don't think I will be able to give a clear picture to the nominating committee of how many seats are empty if people are not getting back to me. So in that case, I feel like there needs to be something which will hold people accountable if they're not getting back to emails, because the best thing I can do is find out who exactly is there on the mailing list and send them emails individually, but some people still won't get back. So what to do in that case?
Thank you, Almas. Is there anyone else who wanted to contribute to the discussion either a direct response to Almas or a list. Give you a count of 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we're going to move on to the next item. But before we do that, we do need to go back and do the motion Ben mentioned. I believe it was ratifying the minutes. So Corbett, if you want to help me out with the wording for that, please. You're muted.
Sure, I'll just type it out in the chat for 1 second.
Awesome, thank you. Oh my gosh, I get to ask for a seconder. I just realized.
And you can't second yourself.
Okay, it's worth it though. Share the seconding. Okay, I'm going to move the motion. Be it resolved to approve the council minutes from January 19th, 2022. Can I get a seconder, please?
Science.
Science got that one. Thank you. All right. Oh God, I always forget this wording.
We're in discussion now.
Oh, sorry. Yes. First, we're going to go into discussion. So any discussion on the motion?
I have a list.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Ben.
Seeing as these minutes due to item 9.1.1 don't reflect the reality of what actually happened, I'd like to move to postpone the motion indefinitely.
Okay. Can I get a seconder for that, please?
PPK.
PPK. Thank you. Corbett, do you know if there's any discussion on an item like this?
1 second, let me just double check it. Spending further consideration is something you're basically tabling it. So seconders needed, it's not debatable or amendable, and just goes by majority vote.
Okay, so I'm gonna seek unanimous consent for this one. So all those in favor seeking unanimous consent, if you dissent, please raise your hand and I'll call on you for your vote. All right, looks like it carries unanimously. So we will table the ratifying of those minutes until the next meeting. Thank you, Ben, for bringing that to the attention. And then I believe Joselle wanted to pull her discussion item as well.
Yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to her.
Sorry.
There's other discussion items beforehand.
Yes. All right. So next discussion item 8.2, exit reports of council members. And this was submitted by Almas. You can go ahead if you like, Almas.
So I think for accountability purposes, an idea that came into my mind, and here I'd also like to remind people that a couple of my friends in council have not submitted even one report ever since this year has started. That was in May 2020. I thought that it's a good idea if they do not want to send out, if they do not want to send out their work reports, the least they can do is at least make a 2-page exit report of what they've done so far during the whole semester, because this was something I had on my platform, and I also feel like it becomes a moral duty to do it for the membership, because a lot of the times we've been hearing that there's not enough communication between DSUs or student unions and their representatives and the actual students. This is also going to contribute to having some sort of communication so that when the DSU sees that this is the exit report and this is what their representative has done on council, they will know who to elect the next time. And I don't want to be harsh about this, but I think I've literally been chasing people for work reports, and if they do not want to go back submitting 10 or 15 work reports, then this is the best way forward that I see, because we still have to show people what exactly the council members, councillors were doing throughout the year. And if we can have it for the executive councillors, makes sense to have it for non-executive councillors as well, because there are some people who've done great work on council, like Kashish with her campaign, and then Sarah had led a campaign of bringing forth more participation. We've had other counselors, I'm sorry if I'm missing on your names, I just don't remember the exact campaigns, but I just feel like it makes a lot of sense to have more accountability, transparency, and also holding, I'd not say anything further because it's going to go on a different direction. So yeah, that's the main idea behind this. I just want people to know what exactly their DSU reps were doing while they were on council, so that every single time something goes wrong, we know who to catch hold of. And we also know who to elect next time, because if they're planning to elect the same rep and they have nothing to say on their exit report, well, then there's something wrong there. Thank you.
Thank you, Almas. We have a direct response from Nim.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm the new Women's Center counselor, and I actually didn't get the email for the work report. Like, I had to get it forwarded to me from somebody else. So maybe just like we can also double check when people first get elected into the council positions that they are receiving the emails they need to receive.
That's a good point, Nim. Thank you. Next on the list we have Ben.
Yeah, so while I agree in principle with the idea of an exit report for representatives, it's just, in my mind, it's less practical for DSUs to figure out what their representatives are doing. So I'm wondering if something like this could maybe be referred to, I'm thinking, outreach and or maybe the oversight committee to work on a more streamlined system. I know we had discussed this by email, a more streamlined system for the publishing of counselor work reports, is at least in my mind, both as a DSU president and as a council representative. I think it would go much further to have a streamlined way for publishing these monthly work reports rather than the exit reports that would only be published presumably at the end of every term. I also have some other concerns about the practicality of implementing such a system like this and making it enforceable while being cognizant of the rules on changes to, well, I guess I'm not sure. I'd be curious how this would affect something like, I want to say it's Rule 12, given the potential implications on stipend reduction.
Thank you, Ben. We have a direct response from Almas.
Okay, my first question is why this is not practical. We are answerable to students. How long would it take for us to just outline a couple of things on a 2-page report saying this is what I've done throughout the year? Secondly, I think, Ben, we had a conversation over the email, which I'd like to discuss with others if you permit. I think just like we have an oversight on us to see what exactly we are doing as executive counselors, there also needs to be an oversight on the counselors, like the whole council in general, which I feel is our students, which is the membership. So I honestly don't think if somebody's done the work, it would hurt them to write a 2-page report. Because I'm not expecting people to write like 15 or 30 pages. We've had that kind of representatives in the past who've done that. But that being said, it's 20 hours per month. And I mean, like, you would have worked on at least 2 things in that in membership. They would probably want to read what their representatives were doing. And as far as the practicality is concerned, I'll make sure all those reports go on the website. So if there are any other concerns, I think I probably have answers to 99% of them because I've thought about this for at least 2 semesters now.
Thank you, Almas. Ben, did you have a direct response to that?
I did. What I had meant about the practicality concerns would be that I think getting the monthly work reports on the website in my mind would be, of course, having more transparency is never a bad thing, but I mean, I think we should maybe look at getting a good system going for the monthly reports for representatives, as that would provide sort of more real-time information, if you get what I mean in that regard, as to what every DSU's representative is doing. I know we had that discussion via email, and I think I agree that posting every single report in the fashion of, say, the council reps page would be challenging in terms of readability, but I would hope that there's a solution that could be found that's more streamlined.
Perfect. Thank you, Ben. Marie, did you want a list or did you want a direct respond or both?
Sorry, list.
Okay, perfect. In that case, Corbett, you're next on the list.
Thank you. So currently our policies say explicitly say that non-exec counselors don't have to do exec reports. So we'd have to change that policy, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it'd take about a month, you know, with realistically with getting stuff to governance, write it, review it, and then send it back to us 2 week, you know, notice of motion, that kind of stuff. I'm kind of all over the place on this because one, I don't know, adding more and more reports and paperwork isn't necessarily a good solution. I would want more, I would almost suggest more of a review kind of thing with like a survey or something from where the student group and counselor fill in a survey or something around things. I don't know what that looks like. This is not a fully fleshed out idea, so go ahead, completely shut it down if you want to. I'm just saying, like, adding just more and more reports probably won't necessarily help. But I am totally open to something around transparency and accountability and demonstrating for people what these roles, not just our own membership, but just generally understanding why these roles are important and why this governance structure is important to have all these people on council, as opposed to the smaller council the smaller board that used to be 16 people. It's very easy for people to look back and say, look, that's smaller, it's more efficient, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But there is actually value in having this larger style board. And I think having some kind of documentation demonstrating that is valuable. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Corbett. All right, next on the list, I have Almas.
I just have 3 points to make, won't take very long. The first one is talking about readability of the monthly work reports. This was the first time that we had a council which is made up of upwards of 45 people. So it does take time to go through all those reports, to make a list out of them and to tabulate them into my very favorite Excel sheets. I do have a drive which people can access at any point of time. Anybody from the membership, where they can pick up reports from any counselor starting July 2021 and read them. The only reason why I do not want to have them listed individually on the website is that it's going to become a mess. So that's one of the reasons why I have that drive, where they're sorted according to months. Secondly, why I think writing an exit report makes sense is some of us have done great work during the year, and each of us have different ways of presenting what they've done. Some people would like to present it through pictures of maybe what they've done. Some use bullet points, some use paragraphs. We all have different ways of expressing ourselves. So I think it makes sense for people to write down whatever they feel they did, whatever their experiences was, what their pain points was, what their recommendations for their successors are, stuff like that. And lastly, I think this was also mentioned by Ben, that why exactly have exit reports? Why not have more transparency by having all the monthly reports listed there? So now there are some people who might not have the time to go through every single report throughout the months, especially given the fact that, let's say they just got involved or interested in reports of counselors ever since they've started in their role this year. So they'd probably want to have a snapshot of what was done throughout the year. And it's not like we're asking for a lot. It's up to you. You want to write 7 pages, go ahead. You just want to write 1 page, do that. All I'm trying to say is that we need to have some sort of summary of what people have done throughout the year.
Thank you, Almas. Both myself and Ben had a direct response. Ben, you are first.
I guess my question would be, would it be possible to do both? Do exit reports and also, I don't know, the idea I had was maybe post the link to the drive on the SFSS site. Would that be possible?
Almas, would you have a direct response to Ben there?
Yes, I do. In one of my conversations with Ben over the email, I've clearly stated that yes, it is possible, but I want to do it in a more systematic way so that people are not asking, oh, well, what was the VP Finance and Services doing when they just threw this link on the website? Like, couldn't they have something which is more accessible to people who have diverse needs? So that's something I'm currently working on. And that's one of the reasons why we had jot forms, because before jot forms came in, there was so much mess going on. And like my email was all over the place. I was all over the place trying to look for what's going on. And like, honestly, it does need time. This is the first time we're doing this with so many different counselors. So this is the best solution I've been able to figure out so far, that is having a drive, but I still want to have something more systematic. Like, we don't want people going and literally trying to find, oh, maths, let's say, for example, or, oh, bachelor's of environment. The link will go there, but I still want to do something more structured before I leave. And even if I'm not able to complete it, I at least want to get that started with. Thank you.
Thank you, Almas. Before we continue, we are getting very close to 8:30 here. Corbett, I want to ask you some clarification. Can I vote to extend the, or motion to extend the meeting now, or do we need to finish the discussion item before I can do it? You're muted.
Sorry. You can just call and move. You can interrupt because there's no motions and stuff in the discussion, so you can basically just interrupt.
Okay, awesome. In that case, I'm going to motion. Let's do 45 minutes. Corbett, do you think 45 minutes is enough?
Probably less. Only half an hour should be fine at most.
Okay. In that case, I'll motion to extend the meeting until 9 p.m. Sorry, Corbett. Sorry. Yeah. Can I get a seconder on that?
Health science.
Health science. Thank you. Any discussion on that?
I think Alma's listed.
Oh, Almas, are you listing for this?
No, I'm not listening for this.
Okay.
It's a previous.
Okay. Yes, I already have you on the list. That list, by the way. Okay. So I'm going to call this to a vote. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeking unanimous consent. If you dissent to extending the meeting, please raise your hand, and I'll call on you for your vote. And no one dissents. Thank you very much. We are going to go back to the speakers list, back to motion, or not motion, sorry, discussion item 8.2. And I believe Kylie is next on the list.
Hi, thank you. I've just got 2 quick questions about this. First of all, I know with the French Student Union, we do sort of our own version of exit reports, but it's also sort of like a, here's a guide how to do your role for the next, for the incoming executives. So if a large number of other executives do that, would it be possible to maybe just like take the format that we do for that and just bring it in so that we don't have to do 2 completely separate things? And then also, my other question was, oh yeah, I'm not sure if somebody asked this already. I apologize if they did, but what type of stuff would we be putting on the exit reports? Because I know I haven't done like any big individual projects, but I have like contributed in like the emotions and stuff. And if we put in, for example, every motion that we voted on, like all the big ones, I feel like there would be a lot of repetition in all the different counselors' reports. But if we don't have that, again, many counselors like me might not have much on it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Is there anyone who could answer either of her questions?
I can do that. So
Thanks,
like I
Almas.
said before, we're not looking for a very long report, just something which summarizes what were your pain points, what exactly you think your experience on council was like. If you think there's any projects you've even contributed a bit to, just talk about them. If you think there have been any big motions which have contributed to student advocacy in any way, and student advocacy can mean different things to different people. For me, it's basically very subjective. So what I might see as something big I've done in my term might mean nothing to the other people. So it's all about what you think you've done in your role or achieved. Even if you've not done anything, like just mentioned an SOP, what are your suggestions for people who will be coming up after you? Or how exactly, you might have come with some thoughts or some goals in your mind when you were elected to this position from your DSU. How much do you think you've been able to achieve? Anything, basically anything that summarizes what you've done in the role, or any sort of feedback, basically whatever you want to tell the student body about your little role in the bigger comb of council.
Awesome. Thank you very
And
much,
if you have
Alma.
any
Oh, sorry.
questions, just feel free to email me. Sorry, Abby.
Thank you, Almas. Next on the list, I have Marie.
Yeah, so I kind of just want to add to this, and I see only like a couple people speaking to this, which is totally fine, but I think it would be beneficial to hear from like the counselors, since this is for you. Like, from my standpoint, obviously, like, if this is beneficial for counselors, then of course I'm going to support it, because I just think it's better to make things more accessible for people, especially if it's too laborious to do something. Almost is like pushing forward a means for people to actually be able to communicate with their DSUs what they've been doing in the semester. And it's also a really good way for continuation for the next person in council. A lot of people kind of have these like harsh, choppy ends, and then people don't really know where to like go from there. So yeah, like maybe in the chat, if you feel like this would be helpful, say it'll be helpful. If you don't think you need it, say you don't need it, kind of thing. But I think it'd be nice to hear some like engagement from other folks too, because this is really has to do with you. So if you like this idea, say you like it. If you don't like this idea, say you don't agree with it at all and it's not applicable to you. So either way, both are gonna give Almas an understanding of where you folks stand. This really goes for every other motion too. If you don't agree with something, you should say you don't agree with something. If you do agree with something, you should say that you do agree with something, just in order for us to have a comprehensive like conversation on this, and for us to get a feel of what you need as a counselor, because we can't speak on your behalf. We're execs, we have different roles and we encompass different things, of course. So this is like the perfect time for you to tell us how you feel about this.
Thank you, Maria. I will say it looks like your speech worked, because we just had 5 straight counselors list after the next 2 execs. So next on the list is Almas. Thank you, Almas. Next on the list is Jess.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify what an SOP is. SOP is a standard operating procedure. And so because we are the new board in the new way that we are governed, a lot of things have changed from what we've been doing for the past X amount of years. So we are the first of the first after many, many years. So I'd basically say if I was a counselor, I checked my email like this. Some of you are even you're even chairs of committees, and that's a very unique and niche experience as a counselor, because only some of you got that. And so that's something that you could also include. For Kylie, when I started my term, I made a document on my Google Drive that tracked every motion I submitted for all of my committees, exec, council, events, and MSC. I put in all of my discussion items since May for all of the committees, so it's just there for documentation. And then this exit report is basically like, dear diary, I did this during my last term at council. So it's just more of like a reflection piece. It doesn't have to be too formal. You can add pictures, anything like that. but I think it's like a really good idea. Execs are doing it as well. I'm still doing mine. I'm still behind on all of them, but it's a nice thing to pass on to the next person who is interested in taking up your job, which would then increase student engagement and involvement on campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. All right, next on the list is me. All right. So I wanted to share my feelings, and I had a question for Almas. So first, I have mixed feelings on this myself. I think, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. Having end of term reports will make it pretty clear who's been doing stuff and who hasn't. But also, I think, as Kylie alluded to, they can be misrepresented as well, because what one person might consider a big project can be different from another. So if one counselor has all these major things they did, all these major campaigns they're on, and then another counselor just seconded everything, I wouldn't be talking about anyone in particular, it may not look like they had a productive semester when in reality they had a great semester, or depending on how you judge it. So that was just something I wanted to point out. However, my question for Almas is, I would assume these end of year reports would be in addition to our monthly work reports, yes? Please do direct respond if you want to chime in on that. Yes, they are in addition. Thank you. And Marie had a direct response.
Yeah, I think, I don't want this to come off in a weird way, but I think the most important thing that comes to this is, like, when you're writing out either reports or if you're writing out like a summary of what you've done, I think the biggest thing is that you can also just indicate what the motion is about, how it's helped students, like where it's gone and stuff. I think it's also a really like beneficial way for counselors to also feel encouraged that they do need to do more in their DSUs, which is like very evident that folks need to do more in their DSUs and represent their DSUs in a different manner too. It's a really good way in order to hold counselors accountable to that. Because at the end of the day, no execs want to be telling counselors, you need to be doing more, you need to be doing this, that. We already know we have to like have an obligation to be kind of representing students and also initiating projects within our DSUs and supporting projects as well. Those are all really valuable work, even if that's a small thing. So I think in the same way, since there is like more power that is allocated to counselors, I think with more power is also more accountability. And I think that's a really big thing. I also realized that like a lot of students on like whatever social media, they'll be discussing how like they'll be like, oh, people should do XYZ, but there is literally counselors who are doing those things as well. And I think they have no idea about them. So it's like almost a continuous battle between like folks reiterating what's already being done and what counselors are pushing forward. Like, especially with like what Alma said, like the campaign Kashish push forward, like Chloe's work with no TMX rallies and all these other things. Like, these are really great things. So I think in the same way, it's not about well, it kind of is. I think in the end of the day, it's not just like what you're not doing. I think it just gives students a way to also be like, hey, I see that you're not doing X. I would like you to do this. And then it gives you more of a space to actually do those things. I don't think it's a means for people to actually get down on you. It's not about that. It's just about making sure that students know what you're doing, and if they want space for you to do more in certain spaces, that they can do that, which I think is what's more important. It's not about counselors being shamed. It's about students knowing what they want you to do or not do and be part of the process too.
Thank you, Maria. And I also want to reiterate in the chat, you had a wonderful opportunity to make a Spider-Man reference there and you didn't, and I am deeply disappointed. I believe Almost had a direct response next.
Yeah, just want to reiterate what Marie said. We're not trying to shame people here. And if we see our monthly work reports, I feel like I clock in the least amount of hours in comparison to Corbett or Marie. They're going upwards of 70, 75, 80, and I'm like 60, 62. The only goal here is when we run for a position like this, we usually have some key things in our mind that, okay, this is what I want to do in my position, or this is one change I want to bring forth. Is this a reflection if we've actually been able to do that? If not, we're not trying to shame you. We're just trying to like have you reflect, well, this is the amount of time I had and this is what I've been able to achieve. Could I do more? Or did I just do fine according to my own capacity? The whole idea is that we want people to know what exactly went on council. And if you don't want to write anything, that's okay as well. It's one of my goals to have as much transparency as possible. And because we've not been able to have these monthly reports sort of listed on the website as they should have been, I feel like this is the best way to put things forward. And I hear people's concerns saying that, okay, we've done quite a lot of work in our monthly reports. Another suggestion that I have in that case is, how about I put the Excel sheet that I have made from people's work reports up on the SFSS website, along with your exit reports, which will make things a lot more clear. But also, let me give you a heads up. Majority of people in that report have not even clocked in half the amount of required hours. So it's just going to get pathetic from there. It's just going to make everybody look way worse than if we give out a summary of what exactly happened. And there's some sort of confidentiality because of which I cannot discuss who's clocking in how many hours, but I can give it in writing that 50% of the counselors don't even make up to 10 hours a month. So that's very disheartening, partly why I thought that instead of picking individually on people and saying, okay, you're not submitting work reports, well, if you're submitting them, you're not even reaching 5 or 7 or 10 hours. So let me give them a chance to reflect on their experience in a way they want, in a way they think it is the best for them to, put out what they've done. Even if it's just a suggestion to somebody who's going to come in their position, at least we're doing something, right? Something in terms of letting students know that this is what exactly I did. And I'd love to put that Excel sheet on the website today itself, right now, in fact, as soon as I can get in touch with Ilham. It's up to you guys. I don't have an issue with that either.
Thank you, Almas. Ben, you have back-to-backs. You have a direct response and you have a list.
I think I might have more than one direct response. Almas, I'm wondering if you could just clarify your comment on, sorry, was it 50% or more than 50% of counselors not meeting even 10 hours? Could you please just clarify what you said there?
Oh, yes, sure. I have some months where we've had people who've hardly clocked in 8 to 10 hours. And when I specifically spoke to them that, well, this is the expectation, the hours probably went from 10 to 12, but the expectation is 20 hours, which I think is very clear in the policies. So somebody just said, I believe it was Ben, saying that it'll be better if we show people what they've done on a monthly basis. All I was trying to say is, if you guys want, I can put that on the website, that Excel sheet. You guys can tell me if there's something wrong with it. I'm pretty confident in my abilities that there's nothing wrong with that sheet. I've gone line by line, read through the reports, and then made that sheet. But yeah, people are not meeting their hours. That's the whole gist of it.
Thank you, Almas. Ben, you have a direct response to Almas.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising to me, but I'm just wondering, as well, you're the VP Finance, I'm wondering, is the raising of the stipend to $19.50 an hour still being considered in light of that?
Sorry, I couldn't understand what you just asked. Could you repeat yourself and
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
in a bit of detail?
Sure. My question was, as you had said that there are some months where there's some reasonably significant amount of people that aren't even clocking in 8 to 10 hours. My question was, seeing as the budgeting process is beginning, is the stipend raising that was discussed last year in April, raising the sort of, by Corbett's model, the hourly amount to $19.50 still being discussed in light of that?
We haven't reached a point where we're discussing that as of now. Reason being, there are some people who are going above the usual 20 hours. And if you guys want, I can name them too. But I don't think that'll be fair to others.
Okay, thank you, Almas. I do kind of want to hear from some more people as well. We have direct responses from Nim and Corbett. So Nim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think this is my third council meeting, and I know there was a counselor before me. And I do know, like, from their experiences, they talked a lot about how they felt like when their group wasn't meeting, not the council, the like the working groups weren't meeting, they weren't making their hours. But actually, I had more of a question about, like, a comment way back when about the work reports, but I guess I'll just hold off on that. I just realized because it's not really a direct response to this.
Okay, so you want to keep your place on the list then, because I have you after Almas
Yes,
on the
please.
list. Okay, perfect. Almas, you have a direct response to. Oh, sorry, nope. First Corbett, then Almas. Yes.
Yeah, my direct response is to answer his Ben's question. So the increase in stipend is automatic because it was a motion passed by council or board last year. And so it was a 2-year plan, and so it would automatically happen. So it's more a matter, I think, now of working on making sure, like working on improving the average contributions of counselors going forward, and for next year's council. And if they want to talk about stipends and whatnot, they're welcome to in that cycle.
Thank you, Corbett. Okay, Almas, I have you listed next. I don't know if you still need to use that talk. We have Nim and Natasha after that as well.
Just wanted to reply to a comment in the chat where it's being talked about the stipend raises. So that was done keeping in mind the living wage model, as far as I know. Here, the issue is not about increasing or decreasing stipends. The issue here is that some of us are not doing the kind of work that it's expected of us, despite it being listed in the SFSS policies. Like, that's basically all I'm trying to say. And I will be very honest about this, even if people have worked 15 hours instead of 20, that's not an issue. Like, it's not possible to have consistently, 20 hours or whatever. Sometimes we do the same. We might have 58 hours. The other times we might have 65. All I'm trying to say is that when we say, well, okay, we did not work on XYZ, or I did not have something big to work on, the only intention behind telling people that some of us are not meeting the hours is that we do have time on our hands. It's just that we're probably not spending it on those kind of projects, or I don't know what's going wrong. I just want to give people an overview of what I see when I go through the work reports. Like, we do have people who are clocking on an average. I think we have around 10 to 12 hours if I go by the average of all the previous months. There are some people who've consistently been having 20, 22 hours. We also have people who have 5 to 7 hours. I'm not trying to shame anyone here. All I'm trying to say is that, well, if we're going by policy, then this is somewhere we're lacking and we need to look into it. And if somebody feels like we're shaming them, I apologize for that. We're not shaming people. Just trying to tell people that this is the expectation and this is what is being done. Because I think having an open talk just makes it so much easier than me individually sending people emails and them feeling that, oh, well, I'm being targeted by her. I'm not trying to target anyone. If people don't want to write exit reports, please don't. Nobody's pushing you. Just trying to say that we still have time to not look bad at the end of the semester when people are questioning what exactly did you guys do. Because if somebody from the student body asks me, okay, well, can I please see the amount of hours people were working? I cannot say a no to them, right? I will have to show them what it is. I'm just being a well-wisher for everybody and telling people some of us are not meeting the hours. That's it. Like, that is just what I want to clarify and communicate to people through this conversation. Every time somebody's asked me for an extension, I've given them. Haven't taken down cuts from their stipends, because I understand we all have multiple things on our plate. And as long as people communicate their things with me, I've always made exceptions. And even if there's one person who can tell me right now in this meeting that I've not made an exception, or I've not communicated with them, or not being understanding of their circumstances, I right now want to clarify it with them one-on-one, because that's never been the case with me, and I stand by this, and I'm very confident I've never done anything like that. But on the other hand, I also have some, I'd say, responsibilities or duties which I need to fulfill in my role. And as much as I understand the issues or problems that we all go through, I'm just trying to say, well, we do have time on our hands. It's just that we're probably not using it. And to support the statement that I'm making, I'm saying that people are not meeting their hours.
Okay, thank you, Almas. I'm going to move on to Nim, who's next on the list.
Yeah, so what I was going to say, going back to the work report thing, or the exit report, I feel like it makes sense in the sense that, so I just joined council and I had no clue where to even, okay, so that's why I knew what to do because I had other people I knew on council coach me through it. But if I came in knowing nothing that my old counselor did, in the email, I'm not getting email about work reports. I'm still not getting council. I'm not getting the agendas for the council meetings, or the links for council meetings, or links for dev sessions, or work report forms in my Women's Center counselor email. So I walked in not knowing, and then I was left nothing from my previous counselor except for in the email their resignation letter. So I really started thinking. So I think that doing the exit reports does make sense in a sense that it gives people, the next people, something to work off of. However, I do see how people might also be concerned about that, because it might be more work. It's more of something for the people who come after you than you, I guess.
Thank you very much, Nim. Next on the list is Natasha.
I kind of just, the question I was asked by, the chat, Tiana, that was kind of what I was gonna ask about, was just as a counselor, I didn't know where to go. And I understand, in honor of being open, I know I haven't met hours, but I also haven't been paid, which makes sense because I haven't met hours. So that's fine, but I still come to the meetings. I still take my notes and do things, but I don't know how to get more hours. And I understand that the executive committee is overworked, but I don't know who to talk to about getting more hours and doing those things. So yeah, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Again, I really appreciate the counselors, Nim and Natasha, who came out and gave their perspective and their thoughts. It's really important that we do hear from counselors, as this is, again, relevant to you guys. If you guys do want to do a work report, you got to say so if you don't want to do it. Also, you guys who contributed in the chat, I know Tiana asked a question in the chat, specifically asking about hours. I know Corbett, though, does have a direct response before we can get to that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Natasha, definitely contact me and Almas to figure out why you're not getting paid. You should be, even if you're not making hours. Like that, the stipend system is a different system. I don't know. We'll figure that out, okay? And we'll get you back the back pay for when you've been elected. Other things too, kind of related to the previous discussion around committees. They actually do quite a bit of work when they're actually up and running. So it's really important for us to get them filled and get them and getting meetings going, because that's probably at least 5 hours of work a month minimum per committee, for probably when you break it down with all the different people on it, like 5 hours per person kind of thing. So that's definitely where you can get more hours from. And so that's just a reminder from previous discussion. We really need to get committees up and running. So yeah, thank you. Also, we basically have to extend
Yes.
Even further.
Okay. Did you want me to motion for that?
Yes, please.
Okay. I will motion to extend the meeting to 9:30. Can I get a seconder, please?
Physics.
Physics, thank you. Is there any discussion on the item? No, perfect. Almost, I assume your direct response is to the discussion, not to the extension of the meeting.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. All right. So we'll put this to a vote. All in favor seeking unanimous consent? Yes, consent. If you dissent, please raise your hand and I'll call on you for your vote. And bye, Jess. All right, thank you. The meeting is extended until 9:30. Hopefully that will be the last extension we need. I'm going to go back to the speakers list. I know Almas had a direct response, and then I have Paige on the list. Okay, Almas will come back to you. Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, I just kind of, I really resonated with what Natasha said earlier. This is my first council meeting, and I do want to acknowledge that everybody has been so like accepting and like offering of help, which I really appreciate. But as a new counselor, I do find it quite confusing because everyone's saying like, oh, ask your questions, but I don't necessarily know what questions need to be asked. So like, I don't know what I need to have set up or where I need to be looking for things or where emails are coming from. And so, well, like the vibes are very welcoming in here. I am still a little bit unsure of like where to steer myself to find the information I need to get started properly.
Perfect. Thank you. Paige. All right. I have a direct response from Kashish.
I totally agree with what Natasha and Paige said. Coming into this role, it was sort of overwhelming for me as well, as I'd never been in this position before. I had no idea what I was doing at all. I personally just learned along the way. I looked at people, observed how they were working, and then just reached out to people and asked them how I could contribute more and just take things on as I go. Even though I didn't know how exactly to do things, I feel like everybody on council was super helpful and very encouraging, which sort of helped you in the role, and whether it be clocking more hours or just doing the work that you feel is important for the membership or personally to you. I think it really helps if you reach out to people and ask for advice. If anybody would like to talk, you're more than welcome to reach out to me, and I'm sure other counselors feel the same way. That's all.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Kashish. Next on the list, I have Almas.
Okay. The first thing is that Natasha recently spoke about them not being paid the stipend. One of the things that just want to clarify before I say anything is, so far I've never made any deductions from people's payrolls, except when I'm done reaching out to them for 15 days and I still don't have any submission of work report. Even if sometimes people have clocked in 0 hours and said, well, my mental health wasn't doing good. There's never been deductions. So I just checked the payroll. That's something I was doing recently. It says that no banking information has been received from Natasha in order to pay them. So I think that's one of the reasons why their payroll hasn't gone out.
Thank you for that clarification, Almas. Nim, you have a direct response?
Yeah, it's also like I know I asked for my bank information and it's been like a while and stuff, so I think that there's probably also like a backlog just because of COVID and stuff. But hopefully people's banking information gets sorted out soon.
Thank you, Nim. Next on the list, I have Safani.
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on what Paige said. Like, today's my first day being here, and I think the work reports would be great because I'm a little like lost with this conversation, not really sure like what counselors are even supposed to really be doing. So yeah, even like more training would be cool to know what I'm supposed to even be doing as a counselor, so I can do my job properly.
Thank you, Safani. Almas.
And sorry, it's so funny.
Sophanie, pardon me.
Okay.
Yes, just speaking about what people can do to be more involved. The first thing I always say is please reach out to any one of us, any of your friends, anyone you feel comfortable talking to. I've had at least 3 people who reached out to me during my term until now. And I've always felt very happy that they take out the time and talk to me about what are their personal barriers or, their personal capacities that's probably holding them back from doing what they hope to. And then sitting and talking with them how I can help or how other people can help them achieve what they initially thought when they came into this role. Another thing that I've personally noted is that because we've had a lot of counselors who were onboarded recently, they did not get a chance to have the council orientations, because of which they probably felt lost in their role when others were almost ahead of what they were doing. They just felt like they have been left where they're nowhere to, go or seek help. But just want to let people know, my email is always open. Talk to me whenever you feel like. If you want to get involved, you want help reaching out to other people, you wish to know what to work on, or basically if there's anything on your mind, just let me know. Like, I'd reply to you in a max of like 24 hours for sure. If I do not have a solution, I will connect you with somebody who will have a solution to what exactly to do. And this can be very overwhelming sometimes. At times I've found myself in places where I wanted to do something, but I did not know how exactly to go about it. And I've reached out to my peers, reached out to Corbett majority of the times, Marie, Jess, all these different people and asked them, well, okay, what exactly am I supposed to do at this point? And I think that has helped me a lot personally. Like, if you want to work on some projects that mean a lot to you, find people who might have similar interests, or just bring it to council as a discussion item and say, well, this is what I want to do, or this is something that I'm very passionate about. And I'm pretty sure you will never be met with disappointment, because we're all trying to work towards the same goal of advocating for students. And end of the day, the only thing that we want out of this experience is to improve student life and do our bit to make that impact. So just reach out to people. I can assure you that there will always be a solution for literally everything that's on your mind related to this specific role. If you feel like you don't exactly know what to do in your role, the SFS policies are a little boring. I will have to admit that, but they have all your answers, believe me. Like I've gone through them 4 times. Sometimes like I answer people's emails and I will look through them side by side. It helps a lot. Like honestly, my goal is not to shame people. It's just to tell you guys, well, if it comes to the point where somebody's being held accountable, you still have 3 more months to catch up on what you might have missed. Basically, that's my only point.
Awesome.
There's
Thank
no
you.
other intention behind this.
Okay, thank you, Almas. Chloe retracted her list. I am going to take a look to see if I missed anyone, but I believe that does exhaust our speakers list. Please correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I don't see any corrections, so I believe we can move on to 8.3, Burnaby City Council. Okay, I'm losing my voice. Wow. Excuse me. Burnaby City Council endorsement of Burnaby Mountain Gondola Project. Matt did let me know an hour ago he wanted to retract this, so I'll be moving to retract this motion from the agenda. Can I get a seconder, please?
Physics.
I got physics on that one. I don't believe this is debatable, right, Corbett? No, non-debatable. So I'm going to take this to a vote. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you dissent, please use the raise hand feature and I will call on you for your vote. Please don't do that, but also if you have to, you have to. Okay, thank you. All right, so 8.3 is retracted. I don't see the rest of the motions. Sorry, the rest of the discussion items, Corbett. I know we have one from Giselle and one from Ben.
From Ben and one from myself.
And one from yourself. So
and then technically in camera session, but I can talk. We'll talk about this first. Like we'll talk about that if we even need to. I can do something different instead. So I'll leave it up. We'll talk about it first. Or no, we'll talk about that later. So let's go with the other items.
Okay, sorry, I just don't have the order. Which one is first?
Sorry, can I go with mine just because I know that?
Sure.
Sorry, I apologize, Ben. I'm not 100% sure on yours. Okay, so mine is related to, so AMS, UBC AMS has released, they passed a motion to act as to help incentivize voting, general voting, in their elections referendums, that they are going to donate $2 to a nonprofit that helps spread vaccine, like the help with the COVID vaccine internationally. And it spends to donate $2 for every vote that occurs. I was wondering if the SFS would be interested in doing the same. The exec can explore this idea, so it doesn't have to be a full motion, but if there's like a general consensus, I'd be happy to work on that. And if so, do we have a rough idea if we want to do the same, $2 more money? It would be a donation, it comes from a donation line item, so it's we have a spot for it. So generally, and where would we want the money to go? Again, this can all be presented to council, but just want to get initial discussion on it.
Thank you very much, Corbett. I'm listed next, so I'll go. So I think how much we should do should depend on how much money is left in the line item, as we do have a couple months left in this board term. I do want to stay cognizant of that just in case we do need to use the money at all. Off the top of my head, obviously I'm a thrifty guy, so I thought $1 off the top of my head, but also obviously depends which charity we're going for. And obviously the feelings of other counselors should be taken into account as well. Sorry, it's stupid. I didn't need to say that, but yeah, no, I'm just gonna stop talking. My brain's not working. Marie, you're next on the list.
Yeah, this is honestly really cool. I like the idea. This is about the whole like donating per like people who vote, right? Thumbs up. Just so I'm clear. Okay, cool. Yeah, I saw this happen at UBC, and they actually asked the university to match their donation too, and the president responded and was like, heck yeah. So I don't know, this is super cool. I think for one of two reasons. One, I think this is a really good way to actually get more voter turnout, which has been an issue at the SFSS previously. So this is such a creative way to do that. But secondly, it's also such a cool way to do it and be super like cognizant of the fact that, you know, like unions do have a lot of money and that there's a lot of issues even happening in BC specifically that could be really beneficial. Like for instance, the flood fund that we've been talking about before, especially with the increase of like climate change. But we can also like think of like donating to possibly like an indigenous fund, especially with you know, a lot of the atrocities and news coming up this year. I think like hotlines really, really do need more support financially specifically, which is something that we've talked about. Like both of those things are things that completely align with initiatives we put forward before, our issues policies, and all of that. So I think it's like kind of hitting two birds with one stone, which is like cool. I think it would be like an amazing initiative if we could put that forward and to a really amazing cause too.
Thank you, Marie. Next on the list, I have Liz.
Yeah, I just wanted to voice my support for this. I see some messages in the chat about giving to different organizations, and although I don't really know how that would work or how this would work, I think it'd be really cool if we could put on the vote, like, where would you like your money to go? Like, are you more of a BC SPCA kind of person? Like, what kind of like, where would you like to see your money? And then we can post and be like, oh, these are all the different organizations we posted or we donated to. But in general, I think it's a great idea, whether or not, or whoever we give it to, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you very much, Liz. Nim, you're next on the speakers list.
I was going to say something similar. I think it'd be cool if we could give it to like a couple different organizations and stuff. But I think, yeah, I just think it's a really, really good idea. And I think it's a really good way to incentivize people to vote.
Thank you very much, Nim. And I believe next on the list is Tiana. Yes, she is. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think it would also be really cool if, I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but with that money, if we could also combine it with some type of a fundraiser for where the money is going. So people could also, we could kind of like promote it and people could also contribute more donations. That way it could go to wherever, like homeless shelters or for support towards Indigenous communities or anything like that. I think maybe that could be a possible idea.
Thank you very much, Tiana. Again, at this time, our speakers list is exhausted. So if you have anything you want to add, please list in the chat. Give you a 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, Chloe threw something in the chat. A good suggestion. Why don't counselors draft up donation proposals and that could count towards hours? So I think that's a great suggestion if someone's struggling to, you know, if you're in the 5 to 7, 10 to 12 hour mark, that's a good way to make up some of those hours. Sorry, Corbett. Oh, vote on it. Corbett, do you want to chime in on that?
Because this would happen, any like final decision stuff would probably be voted on at, it could either be voted on, it could potentially be voted on exec, depending on how much money be potentially be spent. But probably go to council, which would be right in the middle of voting period. So the amounts we approve and stuff could be more or less announced afterwards. But yeah. But I would like to get feedback from council, like councilors and stuff on possible things. So it might be more that we take this to exec, but we quickly try to get some feedback from through a survey or something for council to get feedback now.
Okay, thank you, Corbett. Is there any further discussion on the matter, either specifically on the donation or to that idea at all? Sorry, Corbett, don't fall asleep. I'm gonna do one more countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dang it, bless Corbett. All right, if that's not the case, then we're going to move on to the next item. Again, sorry, Corbett, I don't see the next items. I know
Ben, just call him Ben.
Ben. Okay, yes, Ben. Your discussion item. Go ahead.
This was just based on some feedback I had gotten from someone on the sort of ease of viewing council recordings. I'm wondering, would it be practical to put like YouTube video chapters on the council recordings, just so like you can click on just basically timestamps? Oh, for motion X, it's at this time, motion Y, it's at, yeah, timestamps, basically.
Yep, we could definitely do that. Sorry to jump in. Yeah, we can definitely do that.
All right.
And I think Samaya is actually going to be working on that.
Great.
Sorry. I'm gonna list and just support Ben on that. I totally agree. It's a great way to make sure people I think it'll help viewership just because nobody really wants to look through a 4.5, 5-hour meeting. And as we saw earlier in this meeting, right, if people are interested in a motion, they will show up. I think we had so many people cycle through. I was admitting people, we had at least 30 people cycle in and out of this meeting, which is very, very high. And as Ben mentioned in the chat, the last council meeting, because it had a popular issue, 408 views, which doesn't sound like a lot, but is 10 times what we normally get. So yes, sorry, to summarize, I'm in favor of Ben's idea of adding timestamps, and it looks like it's doable, so that's great. Did anyone else want to chime in on it? Again, quick count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. So we're gonna move on to I believe this is the last discussion item. It's Jocel's item, discussion item, but I believe you want to retract it, yes?
Yes, just because of time.
Okay, so Jocel, you will move to retract your discussion item, yes?
Yep.
Can I get a seconder?
Physics.
Math.
Physics, absolutely on the ball since I took over. Any discussion? Oh no, there's non-discussion, it's non-debatable. So I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you dissent, please raise your hand and I will call on you for your vote. All right, it passes. I believe now we are on to, excuse me. We're on to notices of motion. Corbett, do we want to postpone these?
Sorry, just one thing. I also had a in-camera item.
Oh yes.
But because of how late it is and stuff, it's related to the letters got sent by SFU to council around the sub-closure, their perspective. They're not public, so we can't talk about them. We'd have to do them on camera, talk about stuff, but because of how late it's been, I have time. I'd rather submit a more of a written feedback, confidential note to council, and ask for feedback from that if they think it'd be easier, because we can have more discussions. We can lead up to a discussion for our February 16th meeting, if that's okay with everyone. Because I'd actually like to have also yeah. No, I'm tired of mumbling now.
Yeah, me too. Corbett, me too. Yeah, assuming that's okay with everyone, we can table that till the next meeting.
Ben has a list.
Oh, Ben, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think we
Yo,
still
where's
need
the argument at? I'm here for the argument.
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
I think we still have the issue of the motion that I objected to in the consent agenda to just quickly postpone as well. Or wait, did we postpone it? Oh, no, we
already.
did postpone it. Right, sorry.
Thank you, Ben. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Corbett, you listed next? Or is that from before?
That was just to remind you that I wanted to talk about it. So I'm going to move to postpone to the next meeting.
Okay, can I get a second, please?
Marie.
I think I heard Marie there. Perfect. All right. This is postponement. I don't remember if this is different. No discussion?
Same idea, yeah.
Same idea. Okay. So I'm going to take a vote. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, if you dissent, please raise your hand, and I will call on you for your vote. Seeing nothing, this passes. Thank you, and that will be postponed. All right, I believe now we have to.
Those motions, we should just go through them because it's just notifying. It's an announcement-based thing.
Sure.
So
Okay, so notice of motion 9.1, amendments to the SFSS personnel policies regarding office closures and building closures. This was submitted by Corbett. So what the attachment says is, whereas recent inclement weather events have demonstrated that SFSS Personal Policy 1, office closure, is inadequate and outdated, whereas the society needs a robust and clear policies and processes regarding the closure of spaces due to inclement weather or other reasons, whereas the president alongside management have drafted policy language for the consideration of council regarding office closures and building closures, whereas the executive committee as its January 4th, 2022 meeting recommended that council pass the draft policy. Be it resolved that council approve the amendments to the SFSS personal policy office closure. Be it further resolved that council approve establishing the new SFSS personnel policy building closure, designated as its SFSS personal policy 2 and renumbering subsequent personal policies as required. Okay. Shoot. Sorry, just give me a second. Then we have notice of motion 9.2. Sorry, give me 30 seconds, guys. Very unprofessional, it'll be my first sharing meeting. We have the notice of motion from the notice of motion policy changes. I believe this is from Ben. Whereas PM 1.2 states the process that motion shall follow when it seeks to establish or amend any policy of the society. Whereas PM 1.2D states that before council approves the policy shall be given 2 weeks notice of motion, including being posted on the SFSS website and circulated to the council's email list. Whereas this standard for posting / circulation has made it challenging for the membership to inform themselves as to what policies are being / will be amended or added during any given meeting. Whereas the SFSS not only has access to its website and the council email list, but also has an email list that is sent to all members and several social media accounts, which could be used to better inform the membership about upcoming changes to policy. Be it resolved to amend PM 1.2D to read. Before council approves the policy shall be given 2 weeks notice of motion, including being first, posted on the SFSS website, and second, circulated to the council emailing list, third, posted on SFSS social media pages, and fourth, circulated to the membership email list. Okay, and I believe we have one more notice of motion. This is whereas the previous iteration of council had a standing committee dedicated to student outreach, whereas there is currently no standing committee dedicated to engaging with students directly to raise awareness around the SFSS, whereas the terms of reference for such a committee have been drafted by the outreach working group, be it resolved that council amend council policy by adding a new section labeled SO13 Outreach Committee containing the attached TOR, and by renumbering other sections of the council policy accordingly. Whew! That was also submitted by Ben. I think that's it for notice of motions, Corbett. Let me know if I missed anything.
Corbett,
I think there's one on the agenda itself.
Sorry?
Did you also read out the amendments to SFSS personnel policies regarding office closures and building closures?
Yes, the one with the word I couldn't say. The inclination, right? Yes.
Yeah, inclement. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I zoned out. That's it.
Okay, then we have a 30-minute Q&A, which I don't think anyone wants to do, so we're not going to do that. Okay, number 11, announcements. I think we can pass on those for now as well, yeah? Or do you want me to
They're-
read those?
Yeah, you can read it. It's just lots of resignations primarily.
Okay, we'll go this quick.
And some new people.
Resignations of the chemistry student union counselor, history student union counselor, theater student union, and philosophy student union. I know we've already gotten philosophy's replacement. Nikki, happy to have you. As for the rest of them, thank you for your time on council. Really appreciate your service. 11.5, oh, and world lit languages as well. Thank you for your time. Data science, thank you. Cognitive science, and congrats to Gerbir, the new cognitive science counselor. Hope you had a good meeting. And Nikki for philosophy, as I said. And then 11.9. Oh, if you're interested in any subcommittees, be sure to reach out to the president because the vacancy HR and personnel subcommittee council seat is open. All right, I think that's it. So I'm gonna move for, unless there's an attachment, but I don't think we need to do anything about that. I'm gonna move for adjournment. So be it resolved to adjourn this council meeting at 9:27 p.m. Can I get a mover?
Math.
Math moves. Can I get a seconder?
French.
I think that was French. I was very close between second French, but I think I got French on that one. I don't think this is debatable, but I'll call this to a question. I'll call this, yeah. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you dissent, please raise your hand and I will call on you for your vote. Please don't. Thank you. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much everyone for hanging in there and bearing with us. This is a heck of a meeting to chair for the first time, so especially Corbett's half. So I feel bad for him, but he powered through like a champ, so good job, Corbett. And we will see you all next week for the dev session. Yes? Yes, perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we'll be on the 9th for the dev session for the budget planning process.